will be a star freelancer. Learn new skills. Set your goals. Increase your skills. Browse over 100 plus videos and ebooks. Jump to starfreelancer.eu.
Write a query to repeat good customer twice in its column, along with all the customer's name and their IDs. To do this, let's first of all check what is in our customers table. We want their ID, this name, and a column that says good customer. So how are we going to do that? To say, okay, customer ID, company name. This company name is what was used as their name. So you cannot use customer name, but instead they use company name, as you can see here. The next thing now is to repeat good customer twice. Good customer twice. From where? From customers. You see how it was done? Good customers, good customer. The only thing now is that this is too close, so I need to put a space here. So we now have this. Maybe I should extend it more. You can see now, good customer, good customer. It's like hooray. If you want to change this place, simply put as praise. Hope this is how you did your own. Let's now go straight to the next challenge. Write a query to replace 3 in these numbers with A. We are going to use the replace function to do this. This, what are we replacing? We want to replace all the 3. With what? With A. Let's see the result. You see? All the 3s were replaced with what? A's. I'm treating this one as a string. That's why I put this here. But we know that this is not actually a string. This could be considered as what? Integer. So I can simply remove that. I use this one this time. It's still the same thing. Still the same thing. Hope this was your solution. Let's move straight to the next challenge. Write a query to replace root in MySQL with random. We are going to use the replace function. What are we dealing with is root MySQL. Root MySQL. So what do we want to replace? We want to replace root with what? Random. This root has been removed and random is now in its place. Hope this was a solution. Let's move straight to the next challenge. Write a query to replace the time section with time is missing in higher ID field from employees table. Also include employees ID, first name and last name in your result. What it's asking us to do is we should first of all start with employee ID, need the first name, last name is needed, but we also need the hire date. But this hire date We don't want the time section. Before that, let's just select everything from employees table to see everything. Let's understand what is not needed. Hire date. It doesn't want to see this 0000. We should replace the 000 with time is missing. Okay. Let's drop it back. So therefore, we're going to put here replace. This is the input. We don't want to see this. So this is the one we are removing. With what? Time is missing. Okay, we close the bracket. Then we put from employees. We check the result now. We have the first name, the last name, and this section with the date, but the time section is missing, which is time is missing. We can also change this header by simply to make it neater. Remember, you can put as higher date. If you choose to remove it, see the same thing. This is better. So I want to ask again, hope this was your solution. Let's move straight to the next challenge. In this exercise, you are asked to reverse evil and lived. The first thing you need to do, you use the select keyword. Then you use the reverse function. Because we want to use string, you put the quotation mark, either the single quote or the double quote. Then you put the string. See, it has reversed it now to leave. If you put lived, reversed it, mean you turn it around. Becomes what? Devil. Hope this was your solution. Let's move to the next challenge. Write a query to reverse the first name of employees. So select, reverse, then you put what? First name. I don't need to put the single quote or the double quote here because this is not a string. This is referring to a feed or a column in the table. But from which table? From employees. I drop it now. Let's see. If I open this place now, you see these are the reverse of the first name of employee. To show that we are correct, let's first of all select the first name in a different column. So this one we give all the right name. This will reverse it for us. Then it's coming from this table, employees. See, this is the right name. So when you reverse it now, you have Y first, you have C coming from left to right. This one from left to right gives you this. That's why when you see this now, it's showing reverse first name. Okay, reverse. And if you want to remove this header, I mean this particular one here, if you want to change it, you simply use the word as. You can say reverse. You see, it has changed it now. It's no longer what it is before. You can decide not to put this one too as. The system understands to still give you what? This, changing the name here. But if you don't put it at all, it will use this one for the header. You see, it's using it for the header. So this is what you need to do to reverse the first name of what? Employees. Hope this was your solution. Let's move to the next challenge. Write a query to to extract Don from Donatus. As you can see, we want to pick this from the full name. What are you going to do? Which of the function are you going to use to extract Don from Donatus? This question ought to test your ability of left function, the left function. How? What you do is select left. You have to give the string you want to use. Here we want to use Donatus. So how many letters from the left do you want to pick? I want to pick 3 because it's Don. I want to use from Donatus. So I put 3. If you enter, you have Don. If it was Dona, make it 4 because these are 4 characters. Then you have Dona. So you put the input, then what you want to fetch from it. And again, you see this place, the header is not perfect. You can decide to change it by say, just say done. So the system will put it here done. If you put as, the same thing. The system knows that you are referring to the header. Hope this was your solution. Let's move to the next challenge. Select the first 3 characters from the last name of employees. You follow the same process as before. The only difference is you are not going to use the double quote or the single quote because this is not what? A string. Select left. Okay. The last name. How many are we picking? We are picking 3, the first 3 characters. From which of the table? Employees table. I find it to be perfect here. See? These are the ones. So let's change this header to something more beautiful. Just say what? Last 3. It's okay. So I change it to last 3. But we cannot confirm this. So why not let us put the last name first to make sure that we can compare this and this. Now we have 2 columns to compare. Now we have 2 columns. This is the right name. This is the what? The first 3 characters. As you can see, here is 3, which is perfect. This one too. This, and so on and so forth. Hope this was your solution. Let's go to the next challenge. Write a query to extract NADA from Canada. So without being told, you should know that we want to pick this from the entire world. Select. Because this Canada, the NADA is at the right. It means you should now use the right function. So, and it's a string, you put the single quote or the double quote. How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4. So, you pick 4 from the right. 4 from the right. Drop it now. See? This is the solution. Hope this was your solution. Select employees' first and last names along with their own phone numbers without the area codes from employees table. Okay. Let's check. Let's say select from employees. So the question says we should pick without this. We don't want to see this or this. This is what we want. So the first you should check now, how many numbers, one or character, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 character each. Okay, now. So what you have to do, the question says, we should get the first name, the last name, and also the phone number. And what we want is from here, we put home, phone, and we need this last one, 8 characters. From where? From employees table. You can put it here too if you want. Let's see. You see, we have this now without the area code. To confirm this, we can go further to put the real phone number just to cross check. So you can see that our solution came without this, or this what we are looking for. And I hope this was your solution. This, using the right function. Write a query to append a level to the right side of 9. It means we should get 911. So this is level to the right side of 9. Okay? Without being told, you should know we are talking about what? Right padding. So we want to pad 9 with what? 11. How many digits altogether? 11 is 2 digits. 9 is 1 digit. Altogether 3 digits. So we need 3 space. So just select right pad. What is the value? It's 9. What do I want to put there? Is what? 11. How many space should I make available? 3. See? 911. You can also treat it as an integer. You still have the same result. Just that the result you are getting here is in integer. The former result was in string. Hope this was your solution. Let's move to the next challenge. Write a query to get the first name, last name, and salary of employees from employees table. Append USD to the right side of each salary. We are asked to get the first name, last name, and also the salary, but we must append USD to this right side of what? Of salary. It's not like something like this. USD, something like this. How do we do this? We are going to use what? The right pad. The first thing you need to do, you tell it when it's going to get what? The input. The input will be coming from the salary column. What are we going to append is USD to the right side. Because of that, we need to create some space which will be fed by the salary column and the USD. To have the length of the salary, we have to say length salary plus, because it's not only the salary we are going to put in the space we are making available, we also want to put length of the USD We need to make this one a string. Now, let's check. You can see what we are saying. So USD is attached to it now, to the right side. If we remove this, I just put salary here. We only have this without the USD. So if we go back, we have this with what? USD. But there's something I want you to look at. Since this is a fixed number of character, we can simply replace this by 3 because it's what? It's not varied. We still have the same solution. But this one we are not sure of. If you look at this is 4 plus 1. That is 5. This is 4 plus 2. That is 6 digits. So it's varied. We cannot actually say everything is the same. So we have to use this length to help us to get per row. But this one we are very sure of. Can replace with 3. Depends on your style. Hope this was your solution. Let's move straight to the next challenge. Include the omitted numbers before this set of numbers. What it's telling us to do is to put 1, 2, 3 before 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What we're simply going to do is to say select, see add part, because 1, 2, 3, which we are added to this set of numbers, is going to be added to the left of these numbers. Tell the system what we already have. What we have is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. What do we want to put there? It's 1, 2, 3. So now you have to count the total numbers. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So the space that is going to be made available for us, 9 space. So we're going to put it here now. Make available 9 space. See? So 1 to 3 has been padded to the left of what? This set of numbers. Just for trying purpose, if you remove this one and assume you put 4 here or you put 3, assume we are thinking they are just 3. Let's try. You see? Or you say, okay, this one is just 6. Let's try. You see, it's not correct. So you must be able to create more space, because when this one occupy the 6 space that are available now, this one has no place to occupy. If I put 7 here now, if I put 7, you see, after this ones, which is this, only this one got the remaining space. If I increase it to 8, see, 1 and 2 got a space, but this one has no space. Unless you make it 9, which I've already explained to you, then you cannot have what? A full padded what? String. Hope this was your solution. Let's go straight to the next challenge. Put letter B before UI. This question is testing our ability to use LPAD. LPAD. This one means what? Left padding. What it means is you have something like good. I want to put something before good, like the left side of good. You use this. And before you can use it, you must know what you want to put here and what is already here. How do I mean? I assume I want to put here like 33. So 33 is how many? 1, 2. How many are here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Altogether 6. So you have to create what? 6 space. Then you include this. Let me show you what I mean. You say select pad. What do you want to pad? I want to pad UI. What do you want to put there is B. Okay, but there's something missing. Before the B, you need to tell us how many characters are already here. There are 2. How many do you want to put before this character? 1. Altogether 3. So you put 3 here. See? Bye. Hope this was your solution. Let's now move to the next challenge. Write a query to include happy customer to the left side of every customer name in customers table. In this situation, the first thing you should do is to first of all investigate the details in customers table by selecting all the feed. Remember, this one means all the feeds from customers. So with this, we should be able to know what is the customer name. Here they use company name for the customer's name. And the question says that we should include happy customer before all these names. We need to put happy customer to the left of these names. Okay, how are we going to do that? Okay, let's just put this one here. Then let's make this one available. The first thing we need to do, because we are putting the happy customer to the left of the name, we use what? Pad. Then what are we padding? What are we padding? Remember, it's not a string again. We are referring to a feed now. So no need for quotation mark. So we put company name. So remember, what are we going to pad into it? We are padding what? What we are padding is a string. Is what? Happy customer. Then we put this, make a space. Then remember, we must put the number of space that the system should make available. But the problem now is this and this and this and this are not the same length. So when the system comes here, how is it going to handle this? If it comes here, how is it going to handle this? So what we are going to use now, we are going to use the length function. The length function. Because if we can know the length of this, we put the value down. Assume the length is 10, for instance, or 20, whatever. We need to add it to what? To the length of this. Okay? So all we need to do now is to use the let function. Then we add them together to know the length that is going to make available. Because if I put something like 9 here, for instance, you see, no solution. If I put 50 here, see, we are just guessing. You see, it's doubling it here. Happy customer, happy customer. Some of them, because we are just guessing. So the best solution is to use the length function. What is the length of this? Okay, that is the first one. Then the length of that plus the length of this, which is the next one we are going to put. So we are telling the system to make this available. This length, give us the length of the company name and the length of this string. Remember, this is a feed. As you can see, it's a feed. This is not the feed. This is a string. So that is the reason why we are putting this quotation mark. Let's see our solution. Now you see we got everything right. Okay, let me also include this name at the right so that you can compare and see that we are perfectly okay. Let me put this one here immediately after so we can compare. If you come here now, you find that the only thing that is included to this is happy customer. Happy customer, then the full name is still there, just as you can see here. So the same thing goes for other, but we don't actually need this last one, just to show you that we are correct. So you put it back, see, happy customer written before what? The company names. Hope this was your solution. Let's move straight to the next challenge. Write SQL queries to get the location or position of C in America and Rica in America. So you want to know where you can find C in America. Is it position 1, position 2, or position 3? For Rica, from which position can we see Rica in America? You have to use the position function to do this. What are you looking for? I'm looking for C. In where? In America. So let's see. C is located at position 6. If you count it, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay? Instead of using position, you can also use locate function. Then you have to remove the in and put a comma. You still have the same 6. And in place of Rica, you can also find that what is 4. Use the what? Locate. So let's continue with the position. The next one says Rica in America. So let's see. Position 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So starting from 4, you will find what? Rica. This might seem unnecessary, but later you find the usefulness of these functions. Hope all this were your solution. Let's move straight to the next challenge. Write a query to get the position of A in the last name of employees. Simply select. We are looking for the position of what? A in last name. From employees table. We should actually put last name here to compare and confirm. We have A here. What position? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is position 5. This is 1, 2. From position 2. Position 2. There is no A here, so 0. There is no A here, 0. No A here, 0. Also, in place of position, you can use what? Locate. Locate A in last name. They use a comma to separate them. You still have the same output. Use the what? Locate. Hope this was your solution too. Let's move straight to the next challenge. Write a query to fetch gone from forgone. The question is saying we need to pick this from everything. This question is testing your ability to use substring or the short substring. You can use either of these two functions to do this. How? If I want to do that, there are two ways, two methods we can use to achieve the same thing. The first method is select substring. Then I will give the system the input, which is foregone. Then I was asked to remove gone from foregone. What I need to do now, I will let the system know where I want to start from. Where do I want to start picking the character? This position 1, 2, 3, 4. So it will start from the 5th position. So this is the 5th position. So I will tell the system to start from here. So when you start from here, how many characters do you want me to pick? Pick from 1, 2, 3, 4. For the first one, which position should I start from? Start from position 5. When you start from position 5, count 4 from position 5. Gone. Start from position 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 5. Start from here. From here, count 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That is the meaning of this. You can also shorten it to substring like this. You still have the same thing. That is the first method. What if I ask you another thing you can do? Remember when we are counting, we counted from the left side to the right side. We can also do our counting from the right side to the what? Left side. How? I will ask the system to count from here now. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's from G. So that means from positive to negative, that means it's opposite direction. That's why I put a minus. Negative show that I'm counting from right to left. When you stand here, 1, 2, 3, 4. It means what? This one will be 4. Put the comma here. You see? Hope this was your solution. Let's move straight to the next challenge. Write a query to fetch order ID, customer ID, and extract only date from required date without the time section from orders table. If you don't know anything about the table, the first thing you should do is to first of all understand what you have. If I were you, I will first of all select everything from orders, just to understand the structure of my table. So the question says that we should get this feed, and also this feed, order ID, this, and to extract the date from required date. Get this side of it. This side are not required. Let's do it. Then this. To do this, I will use substring. Substring for what? For required date. Okay. Then, what do I want to get from the required date? I want to get this from the first to this position. So where am I starting from? I have to start from the first position. Start counting from here. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 to the 10th position. So once you get to this place now, the next is from where? From orders. Exactly. You see, the time section was removed while only the date section was extracted. If you want to confirm it further, we can put that required date just for you to see. So what I'm saying is, we got this. We got this. We also got this section for this. All this we remove using substring. You can also reduce this, that is, use the short form. Still have the same thing, but we are not told to get this. I'm just using this one to show you that we are correct. This is what is expected of us. Hope this was your solution. Let's move straight to the next challenge. Write a query to extract characters from third to the end position of product's name. Say from third position, that is it, to the end. How do we determine the end? That is where the issue is. How to determine the end? Let me show you something. You have something like good. You have something like great. How do you determine the end? Assume we start from the second position. For instance, how do we know the end? The end, that means if we want to get this now, we have to start from here. 1, 2, 3. How do we know? This one is 3. If we start from the second position 2, this one is 1, 2, 3, 4. So that is just this one. This one is 3. This one is 3. This one is what? 4. Starting from the second position. So the product name had different names. There are some that are 20, some are 4, 5. It's varied. If I can know the total length of this one, to have 3, all I have to subtract from it is just to subtract 1 from it. Because the total here is 4. To have this, I remove 1 from 4 to have 3. This one too, the total here is 5 characters. All I need to remove from this one is 1 to have 4. Just as I remove 1 from here to have this. If I have something like ability, okay, I say I want to start from the second position to the end. Okay, how do I determine that? If I say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, that is just to say 7 minus 1, which is 6. And if I count from here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So all I need to do for this product is to first of all know the total length minus 1. That if I'm dealing with what? Starting from second position. But now they ask me to start from third position. It means if I'm starting from third position, I should remove 2. You get it? Here I start from second position. I remove 1, I remove 1, I remove 1. So if I'm going to start from third position, I have to remove 2, 2, 2. If I'm starting from fourth position, I have to remove 3, 3, 3. If I'm starting from even 10th position, I have to remove what? 9, 9, 9, 9. Now let's see. See, this position is to have the length of the product name. Okay, then subtract what? 2 from it, because I am starting from what? The third position. From products. So you see this now? You find that what? It started from third position. But to confirm it further, let's also include product name here too, so that we can compare. You see, start from the third position, and here I is the third position to the end. Here I is the third position to the end. Here S is the third position to the end, and you open it, you see, to the end. Here M is the third position to the end. See, just like that. If you check this one out, M is the third position to the end. So that's what the question asks us to do. But we are not asked to get this. I just put it to explain something to you. So I believe this was your solution. Or you would have put string here. The full still remain the same. Both are the same. Hope this was your solution. Let's move straight to the next challenge. Write a query to fetch Oregon from foregone. So select substring. Hope you understand what I'm doing. What I've done, I counted where to start from. 1, 2. That is this 2. So when you get to this second position, which is this, count 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So Oregon. See? Oregon. You can also use what? The substring. The short for it. Same Oregon. Another thing you can do is to move from count from the negative side to get to O. Let's count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That is -7. Then when you get to -7, count 6. Count 6. Oregon. Hope this was a solution. Let's move straight to the next challenge. Write a query to select only movement of from movement of the people. Use substring index. Substring. Do you know what I've done now? This is a target string. You have to tell the system the separator. Once you are using substring index, you must tell the system the location of the separator. So I'm using these ones as the separators or the delimiters. So I'm asking it to take what? How many words? 1, 2. That is why I have this movement of. Let's see. You see? It was able to fetch movement of. If I wanted to take just 1, I will put 1 here, which is what? The false word. If I wanted to take to D, that is 3 words now. See? 1, 2, 3. If I want to take all, I put 4. I mean, there are 4 words. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hope this was your solution. Let's move to the next challenge. Write a query to select exams.com from www.exams.com. This is a delimiter. Then we want to take this one. If I put 2 here, I will have this. If I put 1, I will have this. But we want to have from here to this place. That is to say, we have to start counting from the right. 1, then 2. Because we are moving from right to left, we say -2. Exams.com. Hope this was your solution. Let's move straight to the next challenge. Write a query to fetch https://www from this. What I've done is I use this dot as my delimiter because this can be my separator because I'm interested in this. This is 1 before the dot. If I want this become 2 before the second dot. So this is just telling the system whatever you have before the first dot. If I put 2 here now, means before the second dot, just like that. See what I have? If I put 2 here now, I mean before the second dot, 2 to this place. But the question says is only interested in this. Hope this was your solution. Let's move straight to the next challenge. Write a query to fetch HTTPS from https://www.exams.com. We are interested in this. So this should be our delimiter. Only one before that. You see, we got it. HTTPS. You will find all this very useful when you are building your website or you are building an application. If you put 2 here now, just see everything. If you put 3, that means you don't even know what you are doing. But the major thing that I say is 1. Hope this was your solution. Let's move now to the next challenge. Write a query to fetch the main phone numbers of shippers without the area codes. We want you to have this result. This is what we are interested in. This. Talking about the phone, that is the field we are interested in. And from what I've shown you, you discover that what we can use as delimiter is the close curve bracket. If we're going to count, we have to count from the right side to the left side. Okay? Then that should be -1. So from shippers. But don't forget to put this here, because this is a delimiter different from this. And if you look at it very well, you see this is what we are looking for. To show that we are correct, let's put the phone number first. See what we have here? We are not interested in these codes. We need these very ones. Let's remove it again. This is what we are looking for. If I may explain further to you, what I was telling you is, because I know that this is the nearest thing to what I'm looking for, I can use this as my delimiter. But I have to say anything that comes before it. As you can see, from this place to this place, you will not see any of the closed bracket, any other closed bracket before this very one. It means that we need anything before this one. That is one word, one set of characters before this one. If you have put 1 here now, you see, you put 1. What you mean by this is something before this very closed bracket. And this is the closed bracket. These are the only thing before closed bracket, starting from left to right, which is a normal way of counting. But if you are changing this one out, for instance, see anything before this one, that means you don't want to have anything because there is nothing before this open bracket. You see, there's nothing that is given to us here. We are looking at this place, nothing. But if you put the closed bracket here now, you want to start from this side, that means anything before this one, that's what is given to us here now. But if you put minus here, that means you are not counting from right to left. So before this one, see, this is what we are looking for. Actually, this is just for explanation. This was our target result. Hope this was your solution. Let's move straight to the next challenge. The question says, write a query to extract ever from forever. In this challenge, we want to learn how to use mid function, MID. we want to take ever from it, and ever is in what position? 1, 2, 3, 4, the fourth position. Then what do we want to take from it? When we get to the fourth position, we count forward. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we put 4 here. See, ever. You can also do the same thing by saying, okay, instead of counting from left to right, you can count from right to left. 1, 2, 3, 4. That means start from position 4. Then you see count 4 forward, which is this. You still have the same thing. Hope this is the way you did yours. Let's move straight to the next challenge. Write a query to extract characters starting from second to fourth position of first name of employees. Use MID function mid. To solve this problem, we say select first name from employees. You start from second position to fourth position. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. So that means we want to pick this ACN, second position to the fourth position. That is this. So therefore, when we are standing here, how many are we counting forward? 1, 2, 3. If we start in second position and to get to the fourth position, we have to count 3 forward. 1, 2, 3. Now, that means we are going to use 2 and 3. First name, second. You see? From the second to the fourth position. Second to the fourth position. Hope this was also your solution. Let's move straight to the next challenge. Write SQL query to convert MySQL.SQL to Oracle.SQL, Peace.SQL to Peace.php. 22 people to people. 23 students to 2 boys. This challenge is testing our ability to use insert function. The next thing is to tell the system where to start the insertion, because you want to replace something. And I know that this is what I want to replace. And I want to replace it with what? Oracle. And the position of this one, where to start from, is position 1. So start from the first position. Then you count how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What am I going to put there? You put Oracle. That is the first one. The second one, you have to what? Peace.SQL. We should replace it with what? Peace.php. So it means, where are we going to start from now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So position 7. Then how many are we going to count from position 7? 1, 2, 3. So this is the one we are replacing. 1, 2, 3. What do you want to replace it then with? Replace with what? PHP. Peace.php. The next input is 22 people. So what do we want to achieve? We want to remove this 22 so that people will not remain. That means start from position 1, then replace everything. Everything replace. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Replace everything with what? People. See, it has been converted. The next one now is, where are we starting from? We're going to start from position 2 because we want to keep this what 2, but we don't want this other one. So you start from position 2, you count from 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Then what are you putting there? I want to put boys. Let's see. 2 boys. Hope all these were your solutions. Let's move straight to the next challenge.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
Write a query to insert 20% in place of 0 in discount field in order details table. Your results should come with order ID, unit price, and quantity. You say insert. We are looking at the discount. Okay, you say, how do I know this thing? Because I'm used to my table. If you don't know, just to select or from. So you should know your table before you can do anything. So I know that this order ID from the question, the unit price, the quantity, then this is what they're asking us to replace. All this 0, 0, 0. So this is the field is going to target. Where are you starting from? Start from the first position. Where to where are you replacing? Just one. So what are you inserting? 20% discount. Okay, then I will say from other details. This is what they're asking us to do. Hope this was your solution. Let's move straight to the next challenge. Write a query to find the position of you in graduate 4 in 7234981 and tube in YouTube. This time, instead of using position, use enstr. Although you can use position too, but this time want to understand how to use the function instr. U. This is enough to get our output. It says 5. So what I can do, I can simply put another one here. Okay, the next one is, and I want to know the location of what? 4. It's still 4 because if you count from here, you have 1, 2, 3, 4. That is position 4. I want to find the location of what? Tube. So tube can be 5 from position 4. 1, 2, 3. So you can see 4 now. This is 4. So if you get to 4, you can find what? Tube. That's what it's saying. Though you can separate them, but I decided to put everything together. It depends on you. Hope these were your solutions. Let's move straight to the next challenge. Write a query to get the positions of T, if exist, in first name field of employees table. What are we expected to do? We have to use str this time. Then we want to get the position of what? T from employees. Okay, if exist. Okay, to show comparison, let's look at this. When you look at it, there is no T here, so we have 0. No T, we have 0, but we have T at position 5 for this. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The same thing with this. We have it at position 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This one, position 2. We don't have what? T here. And so on and so forth. Hope this was also your solution. Let's move straight to the next challenge. Write a query to format Miss Word to Miss Word with header lowercase. Just select the L case, L mean lower, then case lowercase. We want to convert Miss Word to small letter. Header is lowercase. Let's see. As you can see, this is Miss Word, has been formatted, and this is the header lowercase. Another thing you can do is to remove this one completely and put lower. This is to let you know that L case and lower, they do the same thing. You can see it's the same. Hope this was also your solution. Let's move straight to the next challenge. Write a query to format about us to lowercase about us, from capital letter to small letter. As you can see, head case formatted this capital letter to small letter. You can also use the lower function. They are all what? The same. Hope this is also your solution. Let's move straight to the next challenge. Write a query to format about us to about us, from small letter to capital letter. There are two functions you can use here, the U case or the uppercase. We are going to try the two. About us. You see? Or the upper function. The same thing. Hope this was also your solution. Let's go straight to the next challenge. Write a query to fetch product name from products table in uppercase. I have to say select U case, product name from products. So these are the names all in capital letter. Normally it should be like this: product name. You see, this is the way it is, but this is the way we are returning it now, in capital letter. You can also use this place, upper. See the same thing, upper. Hope this was also your solution. Let's go straight to the next challenge. Return the first and last names of employees in capital letters. Just say select first name, but you know, if you go like this, you can't get the answer or the actual result we are looking for. The solution is to make this one upper. We're going to miss it this time. Then we put this one here, U case, just to let you know what they are the same. From where? From employees. You can see that it's the same thing. Whether you use upper or U case, it will still give you the same result. Hope this was also your solution. Let's go straight to the next challenge. Write a SQL query to calculate the length of hello world. When you want to calculate length of something, you have to use the let function. We are looking at hello world. It's 11, and if you count it, you find out it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Remember, there's a space here. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay? If the space was not there, it will become 10. But the space is part of the characters. Therefore, we have what? 11. Hope this was your solution. Let's move straight to the next challenge. Write SQL query to calculate the length of first name and last name from employees table respectively. We are still going to use the length function. First is the first name, the last name from employees table. So I can put first name here just to confirm. I can put last name here. So this is it. If you count this, this is 5. That's why we have 5 here. This is Andrew, 6 characters. Fuller is 6, and so on and so forth. So this is how to calculate the length of string. Hope you have the same solution. Let's move straight to the next challenge. Write a query to remove the space before the following strings: programmer and school. Okay, there's a space here. There are spaces here. Remove them with MySQL query. All you have to do is to use the L trim. L trim. This means left. Why this one means trim, left trim. Because the space shown to us, they are what? At the left side of those two strings. So all you have to do is select L trim, then you put the space programmer. You see there's no space before the P now. If you have not put this trim, this L trim, definitely there will be a space. Or when you put it back, the white space has been removed. Okay, the next one says we should remove from school. There's a big space here. Let's see. Still, whether it's a space, 2 spaces, 100 spaces, whatever. As long as you use the L trim for it, whatever space before the string will be removed. Hope this was a solution. Let's move straight to the next challenge. Write a query to remove the lady space, if any, in the first and last name of employees table. Sometimes when we type our values, we might mistakenly put white space before particular string or integer, whatever. The L trim will help us to remove this white space. In case there are white spaces, it will help us. If there are no white spaces, it will not do us what? Any harm. So it's always good to double check or to remove ahead of time before you what? Output your result. Let's see how to do it. So say select L trim, first name, L trim, last name. You can leave it like this, anyone. It's not case sensitive. I can leave it like this as well. It doesn't matter. They're from employees. So with this, we are sure that what? There is no white space before the value. Hope this was your solution. Let's move straight to the next challenge. Write a query to remove the trailing white space in. So I want you to remove this. You use this time the right trim because the white space is at the right side of this set of strings. You see, select trim SQL queries. So with this, you have what? This. Look at the way it is. No white space. If I remove this, you see now, there is white space. This has increased. Let me do it again. See, it has disappeared. Right trim. Hope this was your solution. Let's go straight to the next challenge. Write a query to remove the trailing white space, if any, in company name from the customer table. What this does is to help you print out clean result. We are not saying there's any white space in company name, but in case you use what? Right trim. Because trailing means after the string, if there is a white space, please remove. How are we going to do this? You simply say select trim company name from customers. Okay, definitely we are not sure before now if there was white space or not, but doing this means that you want to print out what? Clean result. Hope this was your solution. Let's move straight to the next challenge. Write a query to trim the leading and trailing white space before and after MySQL. You simply say select, but how do you remove both leading and trailing white space? Means the white space that comes before a string and the white space that comes after the string. Remember, trim is for left, while trim is for right. But if you have white space at both the leading and the trailing ends of a string or of an integer, you can use the trim. So no need to say L or R. You simply say trim. That is trim out what? The leading and the trailing white space. But you may ask me, can we also use this one to do just for the leading? Can this take the place of right trim and left trim? Let's see. If we put this here now, see, it did. And if you remove it, you find out what is there now. But before it remove it. The same thing goes for the leading one. If you remove it, you find out what is not there. So I believe this was your solution. Let's move straight to the next challenge. Write a query to trim, if exists, space before and after product name in products table. We are looking at products table now, but we need to trim any leading and trailing white space in product name. Simply say select trim product from products. This is the result. But if you don't put it, it will not remove it. Hope this was your solution. Let's move straight to the next challenge. Let's look at my SQL session. What is a session? A session represents a successful connection by a client. In my SQL, client requires some connection to establish connection with the server. And when it is connected, we have what? A connection ID. Assume that this is a client and this is a server. You want to do some work, you have to connect. This is called what? A session. And this session, there's always what? A connection ID. And that connection ID is called what? The trend ID. Okay, now how do you see this number? If you want to see this number, this ID, how can you find it? Let's see. Say show full process list. See, these are my process list. It's telling me the user. The first one is what? Event scheduler. The root of this server. Telling me the DB connected to and what is going on. This one is sleeping. This one is sleeping. And this one is what? A query, which I just what? Issued. As you can see, this one is what I did in other terminal. You can see I was doing some things in terminal. So currently it's telling me that what? It is sleeping. Assume I want to kill this particular section. If I want to kill it, if I want to delete it, you can use many things to do that. You can just say kill, you put the number. Let's say 14. It's successful. Now let me run this one again. It's no longer there. Okay, that one is gone. You can also do something like this. Let me reduce this. So select concat the kill and the ID. I want to get them from this same process list, but under the schema where the user is user. So now let me put root here now. It's giving me 16 and what? 15. I remember this we were there before. If I run here again, 15 and 16. This one is sleepy, so let me delete it. So what I was trying to tell you is that if you know the user, you put it here. Put the scheduler here now, for instance. See, it's 5. You saw that it was 5, right? Show full list. See, it's 5. So if I put root here, I have this 2. And I know that this one is sleeping. So all you just need to do, just to copy this one, a place. So let's kill it. Gone. Now let me see the full list again. 16 is remaining now. Let me try to delete 16. Let's see. Let's kill 16. Error. Why? Because that's what I'm using to do this work. Now, because of that destruction, it has shifted. Though it gave me an error, it has what? Shifted. No more what? 16 here. It has shifted to what? 18. Now let me try to delete 17 now. I just want to let you know that this is auto assigned. Successful. Now let me see the full list again. You see 18. If I try to delete 18, that same error message will pump up. See, now it has shifted again now because you try to kill this one. I don't know the reason why you wanted to kill it. So I'm going to another what? Connection. See, 19 and 20. One is sleeping and one is awoke because of what? This. Hope you understand this. Thank you for viewing. What is MySQL table locking and how does it work? A table lock is a flag associated with table. How does it work? If this is a server and this is a table, and you establish a session with this table, okay, and this session you establish with this table, you can lock this table. Locking it means you are flagging the table that what? Preventing other sessions, because this is a session. There can be another session from here, preventing other session from what? Accessing this table for a specific period. So this client section, this is section, can acquire or release a table lock only for itself. It cannot acquire for this guy. It cannot release for this guy. It's only working for what? Itself. Assume this section A, this section B. B can lock for itself and it can release for itself. So a section cannot what? Acquire or release a table for other client section. Put that one at the back of your mind. What it means is that if I lock it for myself, this guy can still access this what? Table. Assume you have a session ID of 14, for instance. Check the previous session. Before this, we have already treated section. You have session ID 14. This session ID 14 can lock for itself, can release for itself. If there's another session established, let me say session 15. This one can do whatever I want to do because this lock or the lock or the release is applicable to what? Per session. Per section. Hope this is understood. Okay, if this is understood, now the next thing we are going to do is to try to demonstrate how table lock works. To demonstrate table lock, let's create this table called comment. Okay, if we run this, the comment table has been created. This from comment. We found out what it exists, but there's nothing inside for now. How do you now acquire a log for this session? If you want to check this session, what do? You say what? Show process list. Okay, this is how to check a section. I'm currently in session 20. You can see this one is sleepy. This one is the show process. Okay, now this session can acquire what? A log. How would it acquire a log? All you need to do is say log table. You give the table name, and my table is called what? Comment. Okay, what type of log do I want to acquire? Is it a read or a write log? So now let us know the current session we are. You say select connection ID. It says 20. I showed you before. What we are going to do now is to insert into the comment table. To insert into the comment table. Then let's run this. The next thing we're going to do now, let's select from comment. We find out what has been inserted into this table because it is not yet locked. I always show you what to do, but I've not done anything. I've not locked the table. That is the first thing. What I will do now, I will acquire a lock for this session. So I will say lock table. Then I say comment read. So the read lock. So accepted. This table is locked for what? Reading for this section. Okay. Remember, read means select. So it means I can still go ahead and say, okay, select this from comment. There's no problem. Can still show me. But now what are we going to do is to insert into the table. Let me insert another thing to the table saying after lock, can you go? Something like this. I say after lock, can you go? What is it saying? It says error 1099. Table comment was locked with read lock and can't be what? Updated. You understand now? That's a lock we have just done. Error message has just popped up. You cannot write data into the table with the same section. We can still check the section we are. Let's select connection ID. Still 20. Remember it was 20 before, right? Okay, good. So you can't do anything like this for this section, which is 20. Let's also show process list 19, 20. One is sleepy, one is in operation. Let's run this again. Still not allow you because that section is locked. What are we trying to do now is to delete this section. To delete section 20, I say kill 20. Although I kill it, it interrupted, but if you run this one now, see it has acquired another section for me now. That's what I want to achieve. I've already demonstrated this other section. Now I will run this again now. Let me run this again now. After migrated to this place, I'm running this again. That is this to see what will happen. Not accepted because I've killed this section. Not because I actually killed it, because I'm now in a new section, which is 21. What I will do again is to go back and lock table. Name of the table is comment. Select connection underscore ID. I have 21. This way I am now. So I've locked it now. What I will do is to run something like, let me just say for 21. Let me run this again and see what will happen. If I click this, it says no, cannot go. You see? But there's a way I can unlock it. So how do you unlock a lock table? You can simply say unlock tables. All the tables will be unlocked. Let me run this again now. It has gone. Entered. So if I go and do select this from comment, I have everything. This one I did without any lock. I did this one after deleting the lock. Then this one after unlocking. I have gone ahead, deleted this not twinned. I want to recreate it now, use it. Then I will reload the query to create the various tables. I put this one now, that is the query. You can get these other resources, everything executed. Now, why am I doing this while we are in transaction, trying to explain transaction? I just want to first of all prove to you how dependent tables are to themselves. For instance, other details depends on others. That is, others is the parents, while the other details is what? Is a child. Let me say describe others, describe other details. If I run this, you find that these others, there is no other details here, right? If I run this, you see others here. What this means is that because this is others detail, it means that this is a what? A foreign key in other details. Look at this. I want to run this to insert this data into other details. It's not allowing me. Why is it not allowing me? Please try to read it. Cannot add or update a child role in foreign key constraint not to in other details. You see, because this is a child, this table is a child of this. Why this is the parent? See, they are interdependent. This depends on this. But if I run this with the same other ID, if I run it on others first, it went. Now, if I go back and run it to other details now, it goes. It means you must insert in the parent before you insert into what? The child. Now, this one brings us back to the table locking. That is the previous topic we just treated. Assume your table is locked for a session. Assume this table is locked for a session. You succeeded in inserting this. You inserted this, and you are not aware that the information you inserted into this table did not go. What will happen? It means that you are inserting partial information, because what is here should also be here. Otherwise, your details are not work complete. This is where transaction comes in. Transaction will make sure that what you are inserting goes in permanently. It makes sure that what is here is also here. You understand this point? This is the purpose of transaction. One of the purposes of transaction. Very important. Because of what? You want to make sure that what? There's integrity in your data. I also make sure what? You protect your data to avoid partial entries. Transaction. To start transaction, you say start transaction. That is a statement. This statement has two alliances. Alliance. The first alliance is begin. When you see begin, is alliance of start transaction. You will see this in procedure, in function, in other words, sections like trigger. Also, begin work. Begin work. It's also what? An alliance of what? Start transaction. These two should be noted. Now, this we are doing now, we should have used the word commit. I'm coming back to this. This commit now is part of the old transaction queries. If you use this word commit, this statement commit, what you are doing now, you are trying to make sure that the changes you are making, either update or entries, they are permanent what? Changes. But sometimes you might want to roll back. Say, okay, I don't want. All you need to do, or that same transaction query, use what? Roll back. Remember, commit is to make sure that what information is permanent. You can say what? Roll back. Okay? But one thing you must also know is that by default, my SQL automatically commits the changes permanently to the database. That is by default. But you can actually work on that. Okay, I don't want this default to go on anymore. What you do, say auto commit. You set it to 0, or you set it to what? You set it to off. You can do this too. Once you do this one now, you are trying to reset the default. Now it will not be what? Automatic. You have to be doing the commit what? Manually by yourself. But assume you want to return back to auto commit. You can just change this one to 1, or you change it to on, as you may guess. Remember, this is actually fighting the default, and this is actually the default. You can do whatever you want to do. Let's demonstrate how to use transaction. The first thing you do is say start transaction. Remember, it's manual now. Okay. Then whatever I've done here before, these two, I just pick these two, I put in between. Remember, the orders will come before the other details. Start transaction. Then the final one should be what? Commit. I start transaction. Whatever I've done, I commit. And as you can see, there's a semicolon here. Start transaction. Do whatever you want to do. Commit. This you are doing now manually is actually automatic by default. So what I'm doing this now, I'm not afraid that I'm doing any partial entries to be permanent. Even though there's a log, it will report to you. We're going to demonstrate that. So what I will do, I will just change this one because I've used this other ID already. I'll change this one, run the whole thing. See, commit. So what I'm going to do again is that I will select everything now. Say select this from others where other ID is equals to this. Is this here? Let's see. Before I finish with this, let me also run for other details. If I run this, I have the information. If I also run this, I have the information. So this is how to what? Start transaction. Then you commit whatever you want to commit. Now let me go back here. Say start transaction again. Let me run it. What's it telling me? Okay. Start transaction. I want to delete from others. Delete from. If you want to delete from order, what do you do? Say delete from others. Then you should give the specific ID. But now I don't want to give the specific ID. I want to delete everything. See? Cannot delete or update parent. Let me delete other details. See? Because it's a child. Delete from what? This. I did not tell it what to delete. That means I am aiming to delete the entire details. So if I come back here now to say, okay, I want to check this. Notice in that table anymore. So from the output you have seen, it showed that what? Everything was deleted from here. So what I will do now, I will try to create a different session. Let me show process list. So I will delete this section so that I can be able to assign another session. So I will say kill this section. This was treated other session. Okay, complain, no problem. So if I run again now, I will find out it has assigned me a different session. So let me go and check what's in our other DTST, which I can get by selecting this. Okay, let me just count it. Let me count the rows. I count the rows, telling me that I have 2157. How can you have something that you have deleted? That's what I don't know. So let me come back here now. I select. If I run this, how can you still have this information where you told me you deleted them? You understand what is going on? Remember, there was a section. And the section was what? 21. And I kill it. So that delete you saw, that you saw successful. Okay, let me demonstrate it for you again. It seems you don't know what I'm trying to do. Let me do something again. Start transaction. Okay? Must do this first. I run it. Now I want to go and delete everything in this table. Okay? I put it here, I delete. It says successful. Okay? Now let me go come here, account. Remember, is other details. Let me count. If I run this, it says 0. Remember, I am in what section? If I look at it, what section am I? I am in this section, which is 22. If I make attempt now to check this information from another section, that delete we find to be useless. If I want to check again, using this one, if I use this one still, you find no information because this delete was for just this section. Why? Because I started this transaction. I remember that it was committed when I used this and this. You see, imputed the information in the database so that there will not be partial entry. Let me check others here. For instance, let me say select this. Let me check others here. Select this. Where order ID is equals to this. Let me come here. Equals to this. We run this. Okay, let's run this. You see, it's still there. It's in where? Others table. But if I check other details, it's not there. Why? Because other this session, which is session where? Session 22. I made what? A delete to everything in other details. But if I try to kill this 22, so that the system will automatically assign me to another section. Let me check now. Another section will be given to me, though it did not delete, but see, 23. So let me go back now and check if this information is there. See, it's there. If I count this, everything is there. You see? That's what I'm saying. Using transaction and commit, the same way we did this one, we should have said what? Begin. Let me now change this one to 9. 9. Will it still go? Yeah. It will. See? Because this is alliance of what? Start transaction. Or I say begin work. The same thing. If I change this one out to another ID so that it becomes different information, to still go for me. Under this section, I want to do something without transaction. Let me just do something without transaction now. And before I do that, I want to off my commit. Let me off it. Okay. Now, I want to put 9 here. I want to put 9 here. Then I run 2 of them. Definitely they will go. Okay, good. Now, let me check if I have this information. Yeah, it's there. Yes, it's there. Okay. The next thing I will do now, let me delete only this. Let me delete only this. If I run this, succeeded. Okay. So if I check again, like select this, then I put this here. Let me check. It's not there again. Good. Okay, now I still want to go and check the section I am. Let me run the section. Section 23. Let me kill it now. Okay. Let me check the session. The new session 24 now. Good. Other 24. Let me check if this information is still there. See 0. You see? Because there was no transaction. From a different section, I just checked this. It's not there. Hope you understand what we are doing now. If you understand this, let's go straight to rollback. Let's start transaction for a different section. Let me check the section I am. 24. So I want to start transaction for this section. Then I want to delete the others this time. Delete from others. I run this. Cannot delete or update because of the constraint. So let me now delete. This one doesn't have anything to do with transaction. It's because of the constraint, the foreign key and the primary key constraint. If I run this now, okay, remember for this session, I delete. So it confirmed that all the rows were deleted. 2159, they were all deleted. Which if you check by selecting only this, there is nothing in this table or this section because I started with what? Start transaction. As you already know, if I go back again and check where I am in what? In 24. I need to kill it so that the system will assign me a new, okay, though it's telling me or no, whatever, because it has deleted it. If I run this, you see, it has given me 25. If I ever want to delete 25, it's still, if I kill it now, let me run this. It will tell me it was interrupted. Though it was interrupted, it has removed it and assigned me what? A new one, which is what? 26. What I've done before, let me check from this transaction if the information is still here. Remember, it said it deleted everything, right? That was what it told us, that I have deleted everything. If I run this, it's there. Why? Something you have deleted is still there. Because of what? The start transaction. What we need to do now, we need to roll back. The roll back is to cancel the commit transaction. I run it by saying roll back. Just like this. If I run this now, affected. The next thing I need to do now is to go back to this other details. By selecting it, I can run only this one. After rollback, let me see. Nothing. Other with section, the same section, I've not clicked, same 26. See, 26. But before I roll back, it was there. So even though I delete this one now for this, okay, I say, let me key 26. See, interrupted. Now it should give me 27, right? As you are aware before now, if I check again, I should be there, right? This one should be there. It's not there again because I roll back. If I check this others table, null for the same thing, because you roll back what? I roll back what? The start transaction. So whatever I've done before, whatever I ask you to do, I'm backing out. Whatever I ask you to do, I'm not backing out. Now let me explain the session to you so that you understand what I'm doing. Let me explain it. What I'm saying in conclusion is that this is a database and my tables are located here. I have the first table, which is the others table. I have the other details. I established a session with the database. Let's call it session 10. Within the session, I updated this. I also updated this. Everything is there. So if I delete from one, whatever, assume what I included was with other 1099. If I delete what I've inserted there, it will still be here. If I delete from here, it will still be here because I did not take my data serious. But if I want to take my data serious, whatever I've done now, I say no, I don't want to do it like this. I want to do it with transaction. I say start transaction. Then after insert it, I say commit. Once I commit, and in this session, if I go ahead, see, I delete that information from here. If you check, you will find it is not here. But if you use another section, let's say section 11, you will see that the information is still there because I've started the transaction and I committed the data into the database to be there permanently. The once I check this session, the session is telling me that I've deleted them, but this session is telling me they are still there. You understand it now? So how do you resolve this in case you want to go back to normal? All you need to do, you what? You roll back. Once you roll back, it will go back to normal. It will go back to the error it was before you use the start transaction and what? And the commit. Hope you understand this. Thank you for viewing. Without jargons, explain in brief the meaning of view. A view in SQL is a virtual table. Take it like that. View do not actually store any data like any other table. Instead, they store predefined queries that return a result set. Let me show you something. Look at this. I don't want to type this all over again because by this time you should know this and where it's coming from. So let's use the Northwind database. I put this here, then I will run it now. Look at the result it returns to me. What view does, if I use this one to create view, if I use this code to create view, this is the result it will be returning to me. It's a virtual table. So this one become a table, just the way you have shippers table, orders table, cars table. This one will become a table. You are putting this one in the form of a table. How do I do that if I want to do that now? Using this raw script. All I need to do is to simply say create view, then I give the name. What is this? What is the name of this? Let me just call it supplier. I can call it any name. Then I will now say as finish. Create view, then give the name. This one can be SSSS, whatever. Okay, let me leave it in 5x, whatever you want to call it. Then I run it. If I run it, it goes. Then if I now want to call this view now, if I want to use the view, all I need to do now, if I say show table, show tables, you see, this is it. It's here, just like a table, but it's not a table. And if you go to this place, this Northwind, look at view here. You click view. Let's refresh. See, this is it here. It's here now as view table. and the information it carries is supplier and number of product. I didn't want to talk about what is inside. I just want to avoid any form of jargon, just to explain to you what is this. Now, because I call it 3x now, I can, no, 5x. Because I call it 5x, I can say select from this 5x. Just the way I use select all from table. This one is not like what? My new table. What is this name? Supplier. I can also say select supplier from this table. If I put it, only this one comes out. Okay, let me go back here. I can also say, okay, instead of say only supplier, now I will do count. What am I counting? Count numbers of supplier, numbers of product, numbers of product, which is the second column, 29. And if you count the number of row here, if I go back, if you count the number of row, number of return, you can see here, it's 29 rows. Anything you can do to a table, even, you can do it to what? A view. View is a table, but a virtual table. Okay? Remember, it says without jargon, explain the meaning of view. So view contains rows, as you can see. If I say describe SSL, the way I describe a table, describe. See? This virtual, this big int. Just like a normal table. Okay? So it has rows, it has columns. You can add to it, you can use where, you can use join with another table. So you can do anything you can do to normal table, you can also do it to what? To view output. Okay, view is not a table, but it's what? An artificial table. Okay, and a virtual table, which you can create from what? From SQL what? Queries. And it return what? It return a set of results, which you are seeing here now. Okay, hope you enjoying the menu of view. Let's go straight to the next challenge. You are required to create a view for sales manager from employee table using the first name as salary feeds. You want to create a view, say create view sales manager. That is the name they say we should use, sales manager, as what? Then we now do what we want to do. The pre-defined query. Select first name, salary. That's what it asks us to do. The first name as salary from where? From employee. Employees where title is equals to sales manager. Okay. Okay, correct. Sales managers. Okay. Now, if you want to check this sales manager now, if you want to check it, all you have to do is just say select sales manager. See, this is what? The first name and its name. And we check the employees table. Let me use this. Select this from employees. And let's look for sales manager. This sales manager, his name is Steve. And what is the salary? We check the salary now. Steve is number 5. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is that. And if you check here, it's the same thing. Just like this one. You see? That is what? A view for sales manager. Any script or any SQL code that can return you an output, all you want to do, if you want to use it as a view to create a virtual table, just embed it what? Inside a view. Okay? Then you have what? A view table. Hope you enjoyed this. Let's go straight to the next challenge. Please take your skill to the next level and create a view virtual table for employees that were employed in 1994. Remember, you have seen some things now. I believe you can do a lot with view. So do this one and check the solution. Employee that were hired in 1994. Let's see, employee that were hired in 1994. This date, the hired date. Okay, we are going to use that. It's very easy. Just say create view. Let's say 94 hires as as what? Then select this from employees, where the year, okay, then we put higher date because this is in date, so this is the year part of it. We say the year higher date is equal to 1994. This is the year, this is month, this is date. That's why I say year. The year part, that's what it was given. That was what was given in these questions, the year part of it. So we cannot take everything. So now, look at this. Okay, let's say 94 higher. Okay, 94 higher 94. Let's say higher 94 instead of 94 higher. We enter. Then all we have to do now, let me save this for you. All we have to do is select or from hires. See, everything that this one would have returned to us. Let me put here. Everything that this one would have returned to us, if we run it as a query, which is this result, that's what this one is returning to us to. The same thing. The same thing, no difference. If I put here, how many rows? The same thing. Have robot, Laura, and if we use this one to run it, we have robot, Laura, and so the same thing. Okay. Hope this was also your solution. Let's move straight to the next challenge. You have done well. Congratulations for your previous work. However, you need to update the IAS94 view as we don't need all the feeds. We only need employee ID, first name, last name, and hire date from employees table for staff hire in 1994. The same thing you have done now, we want you to update it. Instead of selecting all the columns, only use this what? 1, 2, 3, 4 columns to work. This challenge, you want to test your ability to update a view. That's what you want to test, if you can actually update a view. Okay. What we need to do, we are going to say create. When you want to update a view, you say create or, very important, or replace view. It's like in procedure and function. See, if not exist. This one is create or replace view. Then you give the name of the view. And the name is IAS94. Then you still put the ask. Then you do what you want to do. Select employee ID, first name, last name, hire date from employee, where year is what? Is hire date equals to 1994. The same thing we have done before. The difference is that we selected specific feed and T use this one. Create, instead of create view, we use this one in between now. Before we always do something like this, but now we are putting or replace so that we can update that particular view using the same name. Because if we say, okay, for instance, I want to create it afresh like this, look at this place, it will tell you that it has already been created. Let's do that. See, it interrupted. What is the error? It said what? It exists already. Look at here. Say what? IR94 exists. That's why you have to put it here to replace it in case it exists. So if you run it now, completed, affected. Now you can check again and see. Let's see. Okay, we can do like this now because it's a table of its own. IAS94. You will not see all the feed again. See? It's just few feed now that are returned instead of what? The long one. Hope this was also your solution. Let's move straight to the next challenge. You have finished updating your IAS94 view, but you try to check the result. You discovered nothing changed. While you run through your query, you found that you mistakenly typed IAS94 instead of IAS94, omitting S as below. That is, instead of you to put S here, you mistakenly put this one. Okay? Demonstrate what this mistake has produced. Okay? what we are saying is that this one, if you make a mistake here, for instance, you run this. In the previous update I did it rightly. Now let me try to make an obvious mistake like this. Then run it again. If I run this, I still have another view for the same thing. But the point I want to make now is that if you check this new one, though you are using this one, if you check this new one, I check what is there. Say select. Okay, from this, if you drop this, you will still have same result, which you will get if you put same IAS 94. The same result. The lesson I want you to learn from here is that when you use this, if this name is not already in the system, it will create it for you. If it's there, it will still create it for you. Understand? If this name is already there, assume I have IAS date, it's already there now. To create it for you because you use the word replace. If the name is not even there, it will still create it for you because you use create. Are you getting it? One. If the name is there, it will replace it with whatever that is here, updating it. If the name is not there, it will create it afresh using this. That is the lesson, or what I want you to take away from this word class. That create or replace has two legs. One leg is to create if it doesn't exist. The other leg is to create if it exists. Hope you understand this. Let's move straight to the next challenge.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
Happily, you were able to detect your mistake and you have corrected it. Now, delete the IAS 94 as it is not needed. This class want to know if you know how to delete view. Any view you don't want, just say drop view. You give the name. Like this IAS 94. I drop it. It's no longer there. If I check the table now, say okay, show tables. I will find out what is no longer there. It's only the one, this one that I did before, and this SSS that is there. Assume you don't want this SSS 5X. Just say what? Drop view 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You remove it. And if you don't want to use show table, you can refresh this workbench. You go to view, you find out what is no longer here. This is the one that is saying now IAS 94. You can also drop that one, IAS 94. Or let's say IAS, this one, this very one, IAS 94. See, it had disappeared. This is how to delete view. Hope you understand everything. Let's move straight to the next challenge. Now your project manager asks you to create a new view for Japan suppliers as below. Do it and check the solution. This is very easy. I know you know what to do. Very simple. Just say create view. You call it Japan suppliers. As select supplier ID according to the result expectation or the preview, supplier ID and company name. Name from suppliers where country is equals to Japan. So just note this one down so that you can check. If you send this one in, let's select this from this. See? Same with this. Hope this was also your solution. Let's move straight to the next challenge. Okay, what we are saying is that I want to achieve this type of result, but we are going to use this due table we have created with the suppliers table to do what? A join. But the join we are going to do, we are not going to use join as a word. We're going to use where. Okay, but the number of rows that must appear should be exactly like this, 4 and 6. It should be more than this. Okay. You have this. You see that it's very long. We don't want this. We just want what? Only 2 rows. This row and this row. But we need to join with the what? The virtual table. Okay. To do this, what you need to do is to simply put everything is coming from suppliers table. We know. So put S here to mean it's coming from suppliers table. The real supplier table, not the virtual Japan table. Okay, everything is coming from where? From the suppliers table. Good. So therefore, this one will be suppliers S. But we want to join it with what? With Japan suppliers. Why? Because we want to return only 2 rows. That is the only way we can return only 2 rows, 4 and 6. Good. All we need to do, we are asked to use where, but not what? Not join. We say s.suppliers ID is equals to Japan suppliers dot ID. If we drop this, we have these 2, 4 and 6. See? The same thing with what? What we have what? Done. Remember what we did? We streamlined the result to 2 rows because, see, more than how many rows? So many rows. To streamline it now, we use this, where this is equals to this. Meaning, the supply ID in this normal table and the supply ID in what? In Japan table. Why? Because if I check this Japan's table, you will find that we only have 2 rows. Though the old names are not there. That means if we are joining or if we are using where for it, we'll be picking both what? Both rows. It will not be more than these 2 rows because there is no any other rows in this table. So with this line, we are streamlining it now. If you want to do it further, you can also say and s.company name, which is the normal table, is equals to this one, Japan, this dot company name. Why? We are trying to what? Enforce everything so that there will not be any leakage. Why? Because now, what I've done now, these 2 are the one what we took care of here. That's epinode before. Okay. Then when I went further to include this column, it means that what? This other one is further epinodes what? To what? To enforce what? This what? Combination of what? 2 tables. And at the end of the day, we have this. So if you want to do further now, all you need to do is to simply create view. Let's say Japan supplier, let's say 2. Okay, as this. If we drop it now, select this from this. We now have what? A new view embedded here. Hope you understand this. Let's move straight to the next challenge. Having done that, your new intern Jane is asking you if we can ever use inner join to achieve the same result. Of course, we can use join to achieve the same result. All you have to do, you come to this place, you put join, you put inner join here, in between this and this, you put on. So there's no difference between this and what we have done before. What we did before was this. This was what you used before. All I've done is, in place of this, let me remove this one first so that you can compare. This was the first one we used before Jane asked that question. So all we did, we used this inner join in between this. Then in place of this, we put what? On. There's no difference. There's no difference between what? The two. You can use inner join. If you check inner join section, this was where explained. And if I just remove this one, just put the same thing there, you see, you are having what? The same result. The only thing you need to put here now, just if you want to put it in form of view, just say what? Create view. You put the name. That is all. Hope this was well explained. Thank you for viewing. What is stop procedure? What is the purpose of stop procedure? These are the two things I want us to look at. The meaning of stop procedures and the purpose of what? Stop procedure. To explain this, I want to ask you, do you know the meaning of pi? This one, this pi function. Do you know the meaning of pi function? What does it do? We all know that pi is 3.141593. This is pi. Select 3.141593. I have this. So whenever I want to use pi now, I will be doing this. How many digits? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 digits. Typing it all the time. This is laborious. This is not something that you should be doing all the time. But which one is easier? If I say, if I drop this, I will still have the same value. It is easier for me to type this than this. This is pi function. So in place of this long number, preferably this was designed as what? A way of using this quicker and faster. And if I know that I will be using this pi all the time, then I have to follow this what? One than doing this all the time, which is more laborious. That is the same idea of stop procedure. Though pi is a function, stop procedure is like, for instance, I know very well that I will be doing something like this. Assume that I will be looking for the price list of my products all the time. Let me show you something which I will explain to you later. If I use the cash shop database and I put this, what am I going to have? I will have price list in Cambodia Real. There's a currency converted from what? USD to Cambodia Real. This was treated other cash shop. I'm just using it to demonstrate this. We are going to see later how this is what generated, if you don't understand it. If I know all the time I will be doing this, let me go ahead and show you what I will do in stop procedure. What are we doing in stop procedure? Let me just copy the entire stop procedure. I paste for you here. Then later I will explain everything to you. What I've done is that I want to be using this one to replace this entire code, which is this. I'm using this one now to replace the entire code. So what I will do now is I will put this one. Let me say Tiri, Cambodia price list Tiri. You can call it anything. This is the name. Forget about other codes. I will explain everything to you. Okay? If I drop it, it has accepted it. Next time, all the time, which is too long. All I need to do now, because it's not ready, I will simply call this Cambodia Ray. And if I call it, let's call it now, I'm still having the same result. What have I done? What I've done, I embedded this code inside this place in a stored procedure. Remember, they call store. It's like a place you put your things. Okay. This is your store, for instance. You have a store. For instance, you have a store. You put your things, right? Your important things you know you will use again and again and again. So this is your store. You put your items inside the store. So the name of this store now is what? The name of the store is what? Cambodia price list. What I call this name, it will invoke everything inside the store. And that thing that is invoking, I put it there inside the store. And it's giving me what? This price list. Instead of typing this all over again, it's giving me this one. This is the idea of store procedure. So if you know that there's something, there's a query, SQL code, you'll be using all the time. All you have to do, you save it in store procedure so that you can be using it again and again the way you use Pi. Okay? And there's some time you need to pass what? Values to it. We are going to see all this later. So just know that store procedure is a way of what? Taking complex SQL code, which you know you'll be using all the time. It can even be a simple SQL code, any code at all, which you know you will be using often. You store this particular code in a procedure. Then whenever you want to use it, you just call it. It's like you are very rich and you have a lot of servants. And there's a servant that is what? This one is taking care of your tea. Okay? There's another servant. His work is to take the kid to work to school. It's your driver. Let me call it them servant. Maybe you are a king in the Middle East. There's another servant that is into what? The cleaning of your shoe. So whenever you want this guy's name, assume this guy's name is called Tim. You say, Mr. Tim. Tim will come. I know that what you want from him is T. If this guy is Andrew know that what is the time to clean the king's shoe. You say, you call this guy, for instance, assume his name is Victor. Victor will run out a time to carry the children to school. You don't use them for any other thing. That is the same way of what? Store procedure. Everything you want, put inside the store procedure. Whenever you want to use them, call them. They will give you what you have imputed in them. Hope it was clear. In the next class, we are going to look at how to create our own store procedure. You need to know how to create your own store procedure. Let's go to the next class. Create a store procedure to select all columns from cars table. Let me use car shop database. Now let me show you select all from cars. This is everything in cars table. But this challenge is telling us to create a store procedure so that we don't need to do this all the time. All we need to do is to say, okay, for instance, a call, for instance, assume the name I give to this particular procedure is select all cars. I will just do this, enter, then this same result will come out. That's what it's telling us. But how do you do this? Because the method I'm using is to ask question, then when I'm answering the question, then you understand how to do what you need to do. So now let me tell you something. All we just want to embed is this guy. We want to embed this guy inside a procedure. But there are some things that need to come before this guy. Okay? You agree with me that every SQL query, when you complete the query, you head it with what? Semicolon. This semicolon is called what? Delimiter. It's necessary. Workbench forgives. If you don't put it, Workbench will forgive you. If you put it, okay. But you agree with me, Terminal will not forgive you. Use cash shop. Change. Show tables. You see, whenever I end anything here, I put this what? Semicolon. If I say select this from class, if I don't put this semicolon, which is the delimiter, it will not end. If I put the wrong one, or let's I put it today before we give you result. If I put the wrong one, like I put something like, I say, okay, this is my delimiter. It will not accept until you put the right delimiter. But for one bench, it forgives. So select everything from class. We give you this. This is what you want to append inside stop procedure. To do that, you say begin. This is the beginning, that is the meaning. This, let me create a space. This is the end. Okay, remember, every code, when you end it, you have to put a delimiter. And the default delimiter is semicolon. You can see it's showing me error sign because I have not closed it. If I want to close it, what should I do? I put this, right? That means if I do this now, I'm indirectly telling the system that we have two codes here. For instance, if I say select this from class, select this from manufacturers. If I put my cursor here, I click this, it gives me this. If I put the cursor here, I click this, it gives me this. Meaning, this is one query, this is another query. They are separate query. Okay. If I go back, if I put this one here, because this is the standard that the system is used to now as we are talking. But I also need to close this one because it starts from here, hence here. But if I put this semicolon here, it means this code started from here and hence here. Then another one started from here and hence here. That is the meaning. Just the same way. Let me put this one here now. Just the same way I show you this one. This one started from here, it hence here. How do I know it hence here? Because of the semicolon. This one too started from here, hence here because of what? The semicolon delimiter. The same thing goes, but this is not the purpose. This one is inside our procedure. We start from here and hence here. And the only way to tell the system is to give another delimiter. Assume I use this one as my delimiter. You can use this. You can use this. Anyone you want to use. As long as it's not something you are going to use later. So now for now, let me just use this. So this one now shows that this one starts from here and hence here. This one is inside this whole thing. Okay? This is what we are going to treat first. We are still building it. Because I know that I'm going to use a different delimiter for this procedure, I have to tell the system from beginning that what? I have a different delimiter, different from the one you know. And that delimiter is this. If you want to change delimiter, this is what you do. Okay, let me go back to this place. Let me change this delimiter now. I don't want to use this one as delimiter now. I want to use different delimiter. And that delimiter I want to use is now what? Let me put hold one like this one. Okay, 3. This is my new delimiter. I define it. After I define it, I put the real one. Finish. Now let me go back here. I try to do this now. Let me put the normal delimiter. It's not giving me the result because I have changed the delimiter. It's expecting me to close it. As far as it's concerned, this is not used to close code anymore. We use this one to close code. See it now? Assume I didn't even do that. I come here, put 1, 2, 3. It's giving it to me because this is my new delimiter. That is the way to change delimiter. Okay, let me go back again and generate another delimiter. My new delimiter now is this. Just this. Okay? This is my new delimiter now. Assume I want to do this one now. I put it here. See, it's giving it to me. If you want to change to another delimiter, just say delimiter. The other side is okay, just like this. This is my new delimiter. Enter. So next time I want to do anything, what the system is expecting me to use to close it, if I use the normal one, it will not go. But there's no need for that. I will try that one later. Let me first of all try this. 1, 2. See, it's giving me the result. But if I have gone ahead earlier, okay, still use the old one, it will not allow me because it doesn't know what it believes that I'm still coding. This one is what? Part of the code. It's not the end of the code. To show that it's end of the code, I must tell it what? This is my delimiter. This has to change delimiters. So if I want to return back to the old or the default delimiter, I will simply put it back again. That this one is the delimiter. Then if I want to close now, it's expecting me to use the semicolon. It's giving me the result. If I go ahead again, I use the first one I was using, this one. It will not give it to me again. It's like, see, error now, because it's telling me that the problem is this one. Use near this. So this is the way to change what? Delimiter. The same thing goes here that now that I know that I want to use a different delimiter, this line alone is telling the system that what? It's a different delimiter that want to be used. Okay? If I begin here and the system is looking at the code, look at this code, it's looking for this for the end of what? Of this procedure. You look at this, okay, you want to use this, so whenever I see this, it becomes the end of the code. So it's looking for it, and it sees it here. Good. This is the end of the code. It's not about this, it's about this. So don't confuse the end with this. Let me even put it here. Okay, this is the beginning of the procedure, this is the end of the procedure. For this entire code, this is the end of the entire code, because this is our new delimiter. You are not asking, why did you use this one? I explained earlier. If I use this one, for instance, okay, this is still my delimiter, then it's difficult now because it believes that this one starts from here and hence here. This another one. This is not another code. This one is part of this old code. So by using this, you are confusing the system. So the best way to do it, you have to define different delimiter and what of your choice, anything you want to use, to tell the system that what this one is what is just what part of a procedure. Remember, we are just building this thing for you to understand, but now is the main thing. But we have not created a name for the procedure. That's why you come here, say create procedure. Then you now give a name, any name you want to give. For this one, I say select car. I say select cars, or select. Let me just say select or car. Then I put this. Okay, see the error disappear. This is what? A full procedure now. Full procedure. I can decide to put 3 here, 4 here, 5 here. I can even put 9, whatever. Let me do it like this. Let me say 9. What did he say? Completed. Query completed. See? This is the action completed. Now, instead of using this one now, let's now go ahead and stop using this one to call our cars. We'll be using this one now. How do you do that if you want to call? You simply say call this. See, when I enter, I have the same result. We are going to see some other complex one later where we are doing different. Hope this is understood. Let's go straight to the next challenge. Okay, what this is telling us to do is to alter this particular procedure. We should alter it. How do you alter procedure? That's what this class is going to what? Explain. Everything remains the same. The only thing is that we're going to add one line of code. But before that, I wanted to first of all build this new procedure, because what we have before is just select or from cars. But it's telling us that what? We should only what? Pick Tesla vehicle. But we know that model S is Tesla vehicle. Also, the Cybertruck is Tesla vehicles. But we cannot use these names. Neither can we use the car ID. Okay, if we go to manufacturer's table, we have, this is the ID, C is for Tesla, but we are not going to use the ID, we must use the name. That means we need to join both the cars table and manufacturer's table. Okay, therefore let's build something from it. We are going to say select this from cars, inner join. Inner join is when explained in this course. If you jump into this place, go and search for that session and see what we did to inner join. You will enjoy that class. Okay, let's continue. Inner join this on what ground? On what level? Say cars dot manufacturer ID equals to manufacturers dot manufacturer ID. This is what we are joining for. If we do this now, we have everything given to us like this. Okay, from what? From the two tables, one from the cars table and one from what? The manufacturer's table. Okay, this is not where we are going to. It says we only want Tesla vehicles and manufacturer's ID is equals to Tesla. Sorry, not manufacturer ID, manufacturer's name, because that is the name, not the ID. This is the name. Okay, if we drop it, we now have for only Tesla, which is these two vehicles. This is what the question is, that we should, instead of returning all cars in this correct procedure, select all car 9, we should now what? Do it for only Tesla vehicles. We should enter that. So that means we want to embed this one inside the whole select all car 9, which we did in this class. That was the name we choose. How are you going to do that? So first of all, what I will do now, I will just put this, remember, begin. When you begin something, what do? You must also end it. Okay, because we know that we must put our delimiter here to show head of code, we must also tell the system that we are going to use a new delimiter here. That delimiter is what? Is, let's just do something like this, okay? Or let me put something like this, okay? This is my new delimiter. That means the end now is this. Okay? But remember that after I use the delimiter, there's need for me to go back to my normal delimiter, the one I was using before. I cannot just leave it like this, because what if I want to do other thing? Maybe I forget to return it back to semicolon, or somebody else comes to this system. I want to work. Is confused to know which one is now the delimiter. To avoid that, I will tell the system that once you finish your work, please return this thing back to what? So that's what this line is saying. This line is not part of this procedure. It just say, okay, please, when you finish, this is the procedure. This is not this. Can I even remove it? But I'm telling the system that once you finish, don't forget to return it back to the normal delimiter. But for this procedure, this is a place that what? The delimiter will be what? Effective, or will be used. After defining the delimiter, what next? Normally I have to say create procedure, select or car 9, because that was the old name. Okay, but this is not a new procedure. This is what? A procedure that I want to what? Update. Okay, this is the normal thing we should do if it was a new procedure. This is what we should do. Let me remove this one first. Later I can change it. This is what we should do. But we need to tell the system that drop procedure if exists, select. So this line, first of all, we drop it if it exists before creating a fresh. Same thing. It's not creating different one. Okay. It's not case sensitive, but for you to know that it's the same, exactly the same thing. Let me copy this and drop here. This one, we first of all check if this exists, then delete. Once it exists, this line will remove it from the system. Before it gets to this place, it's not longer in our system. So now you are now using this one to create it afresh, using the same name. So that I will not forget to do that. So I click on this. It's completed. There's no error. Complete. Okay. So let's call it now. See, only Tesla vehicle is returned with this one. Before, it was the entire cars table, but now only Tesla vehicle with evidence Tesla. The ID. These two vehicles. Hope you enjoy this class. Let's move straight to the next challenge. How do you check for available stored procedures across databases? All you need to do is show procedures status. This is across databases, not just one. All this one I've done before, so just don't care. These are system procedures, all these other ones here. I found that this is the database they are located, DB. The locations, like here now, this is a different database, system database. These are the names. You can remember this. Okay. Let's move straight to the next one. How do you check for available stored procedures in the correct database? This is the one we use to check all the available stored procedure across databases. And when I enter just now, you see these are the various databases. You can see this column. But now we want to be specific. In this correct database, all you have to do is say where DB. Remember, this is DB now. This first column. This one, DB. Where DB is equals to the database. If you drop it now, you have this. This is my what? Database. I am currently in this database. If I change my database, assume I want to say use Northwind. I drop this one back again. It will now give me for what? Northwind. Your correct location. And to be more specific, you can extend it to say, okay, and the type, because we have type here, equals to what? Procedure. To still give you the same result, just to make it tight. Okay? Let's now move straight to the next challenge. How do you check for available stored procedures in a specified database? This was the one we use to do for current database. And if you drop this now, it's the correct database. We can modify this place by simply telling the system the very database we are referring to. We can also say Northwind, even while we are in Northwind. Our current location is Northwind, so we can put Northwind. We also have a database called what? Cash Shop. Though we are in Northwind, we want to locate all the available procedure in Cash Shop. See, it's giving us those available ones in Cash Shop. We also have another database called Joins. Let's see. We have stored procedure called New Info and New Info 2. You see, you can sit in a database, begin to check across different databases all the available what on the available stored procedure. Let's say show databases. We show databases. We can check for instance for. Okay, let's just do something funny. For instance, I want to say okay, performance schema. Just playing around. No, none is available there. Let me go back. Let's also check for things like for, okay, for system too. We've already seen for system, but let's just say check. It's giving it to us. Hope this session is still meeting your demands. Let's move straight to the next challenge. How would you delete a store procedure? Let's first of all see the available procedure here. Show store procedure. These are the available procedures. Okay. If you want to delete this now, we have two new info to count products. Let's delete count products or new info 2. Just a drop procedures. You give the name. Like the first one is count products. If we go back now to check, it's no longer here. That's one method. The method is drop procedure. Give the name of that particular procedure. So the last one, or the second option, is to say drop procedure. If exist, then you give the name. Remember, if exist was not here before, now we are putting it. That is the difference between this one. This is what the former one. We drop this like this. We are true. I put your semicolon. Then, is there any stop procedure anymore? No, none. Everything is gone because you deleted them. Now let's move straight to a difficult challenge. This time you are going to solve the challenge. Then you come back for my solution. Design a stop procedure to enable your purchasing manager to be able to easily get the number of products being supplied by each supplier by inputting the supplier ID number into the procedure as parameter and get the information from the NotTwin database. The first thing I want us to do, let's first of all check if we have any procedure available in this system. So let's say show procedures status. Okay, where db is equals to NotTwin. So currently there is none. Now the next thing we need to do, we need to get this information. All the products. So we want to be able to see the product, the number of products be supplied. Like we put this one, we see all is what? Products that is supplied to us, like this is be supplied by what? This supplier. If we are going to do that, we must also know what is in what? Suppliers table. Okay, the suppliers table, we have all this. So this is the ID. We are going to use this ID and this ID from both table to join. We first of all build it, then we embed it inside the procedure. Okay, so what I will do, I will say select company name as the supplier. Remember, this company name is right here and the company name is not here. There's nothing like company name here, so there is no need for me to specify the table is coming from because MySQL will not be confused. The next thing to do now is to also tell the system that what? I want the ID, the supplier ID. But you agree with me that this ID is both here and is also here. Therefore, I will tell the system that this one is coming from where? From the product. And specific now about the location of this particular feed. Then what I want is to count. What am I counting? Is this same one, because I want to know the number of product that is being supplied by it. Why am I doing this? Is because if I come here, if I'm able to count this, like this one and this 1, 2, 3, that means is this guy with ID 1 is supplied 3 products. And if I come here, who is ID 1 is Exotic Liquids. That is the name of the company. So with this one now, I'll be able to know the name of the company. I'll be able to know its ID. I'll be able to know what? the number of product is supplying to me. I'll call this one what? As number of what? Products. Okay, from the two table now. The next thing I should tell the system, from suppliers. If I'm going to use this shorthand, I should tell this one that, okay, I need shorthand for you. If you don't want to use shorthand from beginning, make this one full. Let me make it full. Products. So no need for shorthand anymore. Inner join with who? With product table. On one ground. On the ground that the suppliers dot supplier ID is equals to that the products supplier ID are equal. That is, the supplier ID here in supplier table is equal to the supplier ID in products table. After I've done this, I've joined them together. If I go ahead and drop this now, I will not have the solution. It's giving me error because you can't do this for what? For grouping, because I'm grouping. So when you group, what do? You have to tell the system that group by what? This one. Because this one we are counting, let's group by it. We group by what we are counting. Group by this. So let's see. If you click this, you have this result. As I said, this supply ID one is supplying 3 products. And if you check here, this supply ID one, exotic liquid, is supply how many? 1, 2, 3. If you check the other one out, 2 New Orleans is supply how many? 1, 2, 3, 4. And if we come here, supply ID 2 is 4. If you check supply ID 3, which is Grandma Kelly's, you have 3. Let's count the 3. 1, 2, 3. Still 3. And if you come here, let's look for supplier ID 3. This one is still 3. I've done this. This is not where we are going to. I'm just trying to explain this to you along the road while we go towards our goal. Next, this is what we are used to. You are used to all this. If you have gone through the class of inner join, all the join, you are used to this. You can do this. You are good. I know. There is something that is still missing now, which is whenever this purchasing manager puts a supplier ID, it should be able to see the number of products, not by the way we are checking it manually. No, you must do it by imputing the number, the ID number. It should be able to what? Say, okay, this is the number of products be supplied by this man, or by this woman, or by this company. That is what we have to do here by saying not only this one before the group by, we also want it all, and the one you are counting for all is the products dot supplier ID equals to this supplier. I will explain this to you. This supplier. Therefore, we go up to say now the delimiter we use here is going to be this. Okay, that means when you finish, return it back to my old delimiter, which is this. Therefore, you need to help me create the procedure count products. Okay, I will say what? This supplier, which is this place. This is one I will use as my variable, and whatever I'm going to put is 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. That is what? Integer. So here now is representing this guy. Okay, therefore I will ask it to begin from this place, then end here. When you end here, to show that you are handy here, I must give you this what? Delimiter. But where is the head of my inner code? This one is here. And you have to put this one here. Then you are ready to go. Let me just put count products, count supplier products. Very long, right? Count suppliers product is the name of this procedure. Now I will come here to drop it. Completed. I will do this now. Let me copy because I will give it to you for your own practice. You can just follow it if you want. We're going to call, what are we calling? Count suppliers products. Let's count for one. We have for supplier one, how many products? 3. Let's come to this place. Let's see. For supplier ID 1, how many? 1, 2, 3. Which are these? This, this, and this. Okay. And the name is what? Exotic liquid. And if you come here to this place, it's exotic liquid. Okay. Let's count for, let's say, supplier 7. What should that be? Supplier 7, its name is Pavlova. It's supplying us 5 products. And if I go back to this place, supplier 7 actually is Pavlova Limited. And if I check the number of products, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is supplying us 5. Then I also check for, let's see, is there number 8 supplier? Let's see. Yeah, number 8 is what? Specialty Biscuit Limited. They are supplying us 4 products. This is the ID. Let's check the number of products. 8. How many products? 1, 2, 3, 4. See? 4. I want to count for, let's say, 20 something. 20, let's say 24. Okay, 24. 24 is supplying us 3. Okay, let's see. 24. How many are you supplying? 1, 2, 3. Okay, what of like 20? Let's say 19 for instance. How many is 19 supplying? Only 2. Let's confirm that. 19 is supplying 1, 2. Hope you understand what we are doing, because the major thing is you should be able to know this. This is where we are dealing with. Look at it very well. We select the name as supplier. Why we didn't put table location? Because we know this is in only one what? Table. It's not in the other table. It will not confuse MySQL. We know this will confuse MySQL because supplier ID appeared what? In both tables. So therefore, we must indicate the one we are referring to. Is it the one from the suppliers table or the one from products table? See, it's the one from product table. And that is the very one we want to count. Okay, but you are going to use this suppliers table join with products table on this ground that they are equal. Also, we also want to make sure that what? Include this for us at this point. So whenever anybody use this one here, I'll put a value here. This value will be here, which will be equals to this one. It will go back to what? To this table to count. When it count, it will return us what? The value. Which this one will return to us what? Originally. Okay? Because if we actually put here now, for instance, if I put, let me come back to this place. Or I drop this, it says it's only one product it's applying to us. Now, let's check. It's giving me the same result without any error. If I put one here as before, it's giving me supply this, this is this. And if I go back to this place, I put one here, you still see what? The same thing. The same thing. This one I've done now, which was embedded inside this place, as you can see, exactly embedded, is simply what? This one. Outside what? Store. In the store, you do this. Outside the store, you can do this. But this is easier for the purchasing manager. Hope this class was enjoyable. Let's go straight to the next challenge. We have different manufacturers in manufacturers table. Design a stock procedure to help get the most expensive car by manufacturer when the ID number of the manufacturer is imputed on invoking the stock procedure. Now, the first thing I want us to do is to understand our table. And before that, let's use the cash shop database. So now let's get from cars. These are the information in cars table. Let's get from manufacturer. These are the information in manufacturer's table. The next one now is how can we get the most expensive car? That's the first thing you do, because is that you will embed inside the stock procedure. So to do this, all you have to do, because the information we want to use are just two information. The name of the manufacturer, which is all this name, must appear. That's manufacturer's name. And also, we also want to use the manufacturer ID. We are also going to use the price, this price, because we are looking for, if we know that this is, okay, let me click here. This is for Toyota. Among these two, which one is more expensive is Land Cruiser. Among these two, which one is more expensive is Civic. That's what we are saying. Among these three for Toyota, which one is more expensive is this one. And so on and so forth. Manufacturer's name. Because we need the name. We want the maximum price per manufacturer. So this is coming from cars. In a join with manufacturers. On where? You can use where or use on. So let's use on. On cars dot manufacturer ID, which is equals to manufacturer dot manufacturer ID. It's not case sensitive. You can decide to use whatever you want to use, your typist style. It doesn't matter, but it depends on your company what you use, the style you use in your company. But this for training purpose, that's the reason why I'm missing it. Use the all method. Sometimes I use small letter for this, sometimes I use capital letter, just because it's for training purpose. I don't want to force you to adopt anyone. The style you want to use, you have to agree with yourself. Okay? I haven't done this. Remember, whenever there's anything maximum, you have to use what? Group by. So let's do group by now. Group by. What qualifies this guy to be the group by guy? Because it's not repetitive. We must put the one that's not repetitive here. Okay. If we run this now, we have this. It means if you go back for Mercedes-Benz, whose ID is 5, if we check here, is 31,200, and if you come here, it's 31,200. Let's just check on that. 23,400 is the most expensive car produced by Honda in this shop. So if you go back to order is 2, and if you come here, we see that what among order that is 2, 23,400 is actually what the most expensive car. But this is not where we are going to. We are okay with this, but we want a situation whereby if you put the manufacturer ID, the result we just show you. Assume we put the manufacturer ID of Toyota, which is 1, 30,008 will just show. To show that we are talking about a particular vehicle, we have to now go ahead and tell the system that, and when the ID, why am I picking the ID from car side, not from manufacturer side? Because that is the one is going to what? It's going to look at this place. Like for 6, it's going to look at this and this. But if you go to manufacturer, I pick this. There's no price there even to look at. So I have to pick the one, this ID in cast table, not in manufacturer's table. So that's why I'm telling this system now, the ID in cast table, that is the place we are going to do the counting. If, let's assume, say we put 2 here now. Okay, let's put 1 first for Toyota. Remember, this is not where we are going to. I'm just showing you something. If we put this one like this now, we have only for Toyota. If we put 2 here, we have only for Honda, the most expensive. If we put 5 here, we have for Mercedes-Benz, this is the most expensive. If we put 3 here, we have for what? BMW, this is the most expensive. Therefore, this is the place we are going to put this manufacturer. So that we now put this guy now to create the variable for our inputs. Okay, create procedure. Which procedure? This procedure. Call, let's say, most expensive by manufacturer. Let's just say manufacturer, most expensive of this manufacturer. This is a long one. Let's just put it like that. Okay, then we say, okay, this is what we are declaring as a stop procedure, which this one is what? The variable, and it's going to be integer. But remember, before you create it, the first thing you need to do, you have to declare the delimiter you are going to use. So let's still use this for it. Yeah, and then we put the delimiter. But remember, the end of the code must show the old delimiter to show that we are okay. Then let's return back to our old delimiter when you are finished with this. Okay, has gone. I will copy this one and save for you. I will drop it for you so that you want to practice, you can practice along. The next thing we need to do now is to call this stop procedure, this one. Let me come here. I will say call this procedure. Let's start with the first one, which is Toyota, the most expensive car by Toyota. Let's call the next one 2. Honda. 4 is Hyundai. 5 is Mercedes-Benz. Do we have 6? Tesla. Let's put the one we don't have. No result. 640. Because there was a thing we did earlier when we reduced the price of Tesla, when I was explaining the area of discount. So that's why this price has gone down. Because if you check here, actually, you find that what? The Cybertruck is actually 68. Before we modify anything, it was 100,000. So you'll not be confused that what you have is 100. But the original code is 100,000. If you have 100,000, you are still correct for Tesla. All these were all changed. Most of them were changed. So hope you enjoy this class for stop procedure. Let's go straight to the next challenge.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
Make a procedure to add data to shippers table in NotWin database. Let's first of all see what we have available in this database. Before we go, let's use the database NotWin. Select shippers. Shippers. Okay, we only have 3 information or 3 entries. This, and this. So we are going to create a procedure that will be able to what? Add information to database. The first thing I'm going to do is to create procedure. What is the name? Let's say is start data. Now, before we can do this, we need to know the structure of this data. Let's describe shippers. We have 1, 2, 3. If we copy this, we put it here, it's integer. We go back, we pick the second one, it's in varchar 40. See this? Varchar 40. The next one is phone 24 varchar 24. Then the next one now is to tell the system to begin. Because we do with begin, then we also do with end. And you end with what? This delimiter. In between this, we put the information. But because this is about entry data, you are going to say start transaction. You have to commit it after you finish. This is very important. Enforce the information, the data, to be permanently what? Inputted into the table. Then we cannot do the normal SQL insert query. Insert into shippers. Okay, this is the way you normally do, right? Values. Then we cannot get this information now, which is this. The next one is this. The next one is this. Then we close it. To show this is the end of what you are doing, you put this. This is everything. This is to create the delimiter. This is the procedure you are creating with 3 inputs. Then you had the system to stand and to end. This is because we want to insert information into this table. What we're going to do now, we're going to enter this into the system. You say complete. Okay. Currently there are 3. Let me now call insert data, because that is the name here, this name. If you want to copy and paste, you find that the first thing here now is the ID, which also seen here. That is the ID, followed by the name, followed by what? The phone number. So how are we going to put number 4? This one is string. Let me put DHL. Okay. The last one now, I want to put something like the phone number. The area code is this. Then let's also put 5. Let's put 4932. Okay. But this also is a string. If you check here, we define it as what? Varchar. Because when we use describe, we find out it's what? Form of string. So we come here now, we put this one in what? In string. Then we're going to put it and see what happened. Okay, let's check. See? Correct. Since we are able to do this, let's check what is not available. You see now, the 4th information has been what? Added. So anytime you want to insert anything, just call this, put whatever you want to put here. Okay? Anything you want to put, just put it here to be inserted. Let's put another one. 5. Union Express. Then let's put a number here, like same number. Let's just change this one to, okay. If you go back and check, we have what? The 5th information now. Union Express this. Using what? Store procedure. Hope this was Enjoyable? Let's go straight to the next challenge. What is function in MySQL? Function in MySQL is a stored program which you can pass parameter into. And once you pass parameters into it, it will return to you a value. You've seen this before, definitely. This square root function is stored in MySQL. For what purpose? To find the square root of what? Numbers. The square root of 49 is 7. So what we have done now is we pass this parameter to it, to this function, square root, and it returns 7 to us. You see? That is what? A function. If you want to get pi, for instance, the pi function, which is very popular, just this is enough to return this value to you. What if you want to do like hello world? You want to combine these two words together. Use concat function. Concat function will return to you, for instance, say hello. Say word. Return to us now hello world. These are all functions. The purpose of this section is for you to be able to build your own function. The purpose of this section is for you to be able to build your own function the way you want. So in our next challenges, we'll be looking at how to build different functions according to our need. Just the way we built procedure, we can also build our own what? Functions. Write a function to add any two numbers. We want to give a function which we are going to call addition. This function, if you give two numbers to it, it will add them together to give you 7. That's what we want to do. How do you do that? Everything here is similar to procedure with little difference. Please, if you have not watched the video on procedure, please try and watch the videos first before you come here, because there are so many things I explain in procedure that I'm not going to explain here because I don't want to repeat myself. Thank you for doing that. Now let's continue. The first thing we do is we define the delimiter. I already explained the reason why in procedure. This is the delimiter I want to use to construct our function. This is the one we are going to use when we finish our function. We want to use the normal one, but this is the one we are using now. I've already explained this one in details or that procedure. The next thing you should do is to create the function by giving it a name. Declare it as addition, for instance. Then what are the inputs? A and B will be my input. What type of data is A? A is a float. What of B? B is also a float. Okay. Is it going to return anything? Yes. I want it to return something for me. And whatever is returned, it should be in decimal. What type of decimal? 9 digit, 2 decimal place. But note that this one is not returned. It says returns. Please note this, returns. Okay. Then the next thing now, I don't want to put that here yet. I will explain the reason why I'm avoiding it. I will come back to it. As we've seen in procedure, we say begin, end. And once you end it now, to show this is the end, you put this your what? Delimiters, which is this. Okay. Whatever you are starting, if we add this together, where is the system going to put the result? So we have to declare that. So we declare C for that. C will be the location where it will what? Put them. And it will be in decimal, and the decimal will be 92. The next one is the engine, where the calculation will be done. The calculation will be C equals to this A plus B. A plus B. Okay? But this one cannot go like this. What we use, we say set, because you have declared it here, you have to set it here. But when you declare it here, you have to close this one, this line. Okay? You close the line before you continue with this. But once you finish calculating, you need to what? Return the value. So return. The normal return, not returns. Return. They're different. This is return. This is returns. Okay? After you've done that, you end it now. Okay? You end it here. But something is remaining. Something is remaining. What is that is remaining? Is here. We call it what? Deterministics. Very important. Okay? Very important. Also, close this one. Close this. You close this with this and this. It's because of this one we generated this one. I've already explained the reason in procedure. If you don't put this, for instance, let's see the result, what will give to us. Let's see if we can have error from this place. Let's click. Yeah, it's telling us this function has none of deterministic, no SQL, no read SQL data. These three must be defined whenever what you are defining a function. So I prefer deterministic. Whenever you want to do this, put deterministic so that you will not have error. Now I can click now, completed. You see, completed. So what we have done this, we now go ahead now to call this function. How do we call the function? Select addition. Let's put two values. Let's say 4 and 10. What are you expecting? We expect 14. See, in float, because we define it as float. Like decimal. If I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I say add it to this one. Out of range value for column C. That's what I want to have. I want to have error because when I was defining this, I made the decimal 92. But here now I'm giving more than equal to 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's drop it again. Same error. Okay, let me remove 1. Same error, out of range. Let me remove 1. Good. Why? Because if you count this, you have what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So when we are defining it today, we have specified that this place should be what? 9. Okay? Because when we are defining it, we say, okay, the first thing we said is the whole thing will be 9 and in 2 decimal place. Or the number of digits altogether, 9 digits, 2 decimal place. So if you go out of range, you will be disciplined. Let me use that word. It will not allow you. That's why I made sure that it was out of range. If I put any one figure, it will not go. Error. But anything less than altogether 9 is okay. I've done that. Let me do like 400 plus 450. It's 850. See, our function is working perfectly. Hope you enjoying this topic. Let's move straight to the next challenge. How would you check for the available function? To check for available function, you say show function status. These are the available ones, these and the one that are generated by our system across different databases. But what if you want to check the one in this very database or in a particular database? What you do is say show function status. You now say where what? Where DB, you can see here DB, okay, is equals to, I can put this. Let's see. It's telling me now what? In this current database, Northwind, you only have one function. Okay? And also, you can do something like this by saying, okay, database. This shows current database. That is the meaning of this. Instead of looking for the name, current database. Because of this, there's no problem. But sometimes you want to insist, as okay, don't miss it. I am talking about the type that is here. It's function, not procedure. To still give it to you. Either way, this is how to check for what? Available functions in databases or in the current database. Hope this was well explained. Let's move straight to the next challenge. Write a function to calculate the longest side of a right-angled triangle using Pythagoras theorem. For a right-angled triangle, we know that we have something like this. It's right-angled triangle if this place is what? 90 degrees. And this is always the longest side. If here is A and here is B and here is C, Pythagoras says C is equals to the square root of A square plus B square. We are given any value, any two values, to get what? C. How do you do that? This one we are going to be fast, then we explain after I finish typing, because all I will type here, you already know them, just to reinforce what you just discussed in a previous addition challenge. Okay, we define the delimiter. Once we finish with this delimiter, we go back to our normal delimiter. The purpose has been explained. We create the function, we give it a name. These are the parameters that will come. Whenever we put a value here and another value for this, we should be able to have this one, calculate them, and return C. And this C is in what? In decimal this. Total number of digits are 10, but in 2 decimal places. We have to put it deterministic because of the requirement of function during the creation of what? Function. Then we return C, that is all. All we have to do now is to inject this to put it, see, effected, done. So then let me make this one available for you too. In case you want it, you have it. And select this Pythagoras theorem we use here. To call it what? Pythagoras theorem. Assume we want to consider 1 and 2 for this. Let's do this one first. We have what? 2.24. Okay, if we have 2, 3 here, what do we have? 2, 3. We have 3.6. We have 2, 4. We have this. We have 2, 2. We have this. What if we have 4, 4? We have this. This is now what? Our Pythagoras theorem for the longest what? Side of what? Of a right angle triangle. These are to define function by yourself. Hope this class was enjoyable. Let's now move straight to the next challenge, where we have to advance it a little beyond this level. Update the above to find A instead of C. You already used this, which we did for Pythagoras theorem. The question is now saying, instead of finding C here, we should update this to find A. That means we have to reverse it. So what we are saying is this. If this is a right angle triangle, and this is C, this is A, this is B, we are looking for C in this function. We say C is equals to square root of A square plus B square. To find A this time, that means we have to say C square, move this one to this side, equals to A square plus B square. Then C square minus B square is equals to A square. Then A now is equals to square root of C square minus B square. This is what the system expects us to do. C square minus B square, you find the square root. I will simply copy and paste the same thing. To update the function, just a drop function, you put the name of the function, which is what? This one. But in between here, you have to put if exists. This is like you are deleting, then you recreate. It's the meaning. So you put your semicolon. That is just the meaning. If you delete, you recreate. If you want to update. So the next thing I will do now is, before we define A and B, now we define B and C. Okay. Then this is what I will return. This time, instead of C, I will now declare A. I will put A here now, which is C multiplied by C minus B multiplied by B. Then I will return A. Every other thing remain the same. So that means this one is no longer for C, is not for A. If I run this, okay, correct. The next thing, let me copy this. I'll drop somewhere for you so you can use it if you want to use it. So now let's select Pythagoras. Those values are, let's say, 2 and 4. Now we are getting A. This is not what? C anymore. And remember, definitely is A, because if you look at what we have done, this is C, this is B. And C is always what? The biggest. Look at it. If you look at this, without being told, you know that the longest one is 4. While this one is 2.65, this one is 3. So there's no way this number or this value will ever be bigger than whatever that will be here. Even though we reduce this one to 1. Okay, let's try this. See, no. Why? Because there's no way that in Pythagoras theorem, you are saying here that the longest side, which is 1, is now smaller than this one, 3. It's not possible. This one will be null. It will not exist. That's the meaning. This one must always be bigger. Assume I put one here, and let me put one here, I put 2 here. Whatever that is coming will be smaller than this value. Even if I put one here now, one here, which is not possible, see, that one will be 0. So if I put something like 6 here, I put 3 here, definitely it will be like this. This is the one that will always be bigger than this and this. This is always bigger than this and this in Pythagoras theory. You see what we have done is perfect and is correct. Hope you enjoy this class. Let's go straight to the next class. Generate a function to create line total, which is unit price multiplied by quantity in orders details table in NotTwin database. We need to first of all see what is in orders details table. As we can see, we have this unit price, we have the quantity, and we are asked to multiply them. That means to have a new column that multiply this by this in this table. Okay? If you want to do that, you follow the normal method. Create function. Let's say line total, which is what? Unit price, which is in float, because this is float. This one is in int. You can also leave it in float, it depends on you. Okay. Quantity, let's leave it in int. which returns decimal. Let's see, make it 9 too. You can define it by whatever you want to define it by. Deterministic. So we begin, then we declare the first line, which is line total now. In what? In decimal still. Okay. The next one is to set the line total to what you want to set it to. And we agree that what we want to set it to is unit price multiplied by quantity. So we copy, say, okay, it's unit price multiplied by quantity. This is not case sensitive. Then you close this. The next line now, we return the line total that is coming from here. This is just to declare. This is to set. This is to return. We see close it. Then finally, what do? You end what? Then you still define what we go back to. This is familiar. I don't believe there's anything that confuses you here that require any further explanation with what we have done so far. All we're going to do now, just simply drop it. It accepts without error. All we have to do now to call it with select. Let's call all the fields that are available first. Then we now call this line total. Line total. Then what are the input? The input are the two fields, which is this unit price and quantity field. So we still go ahead and say, okay, the unit price field and the quantity field. Okay. Then let's call this one line total. That is the header from orders details. There's a mistake here, sorry. Yeah. Look at it. Every other thing you can see it ends here in discount. So after discount, we have a new line that is in float. You see, everything here is in float. This is what? The line total. Hope that was understandable. For instance, what if I wanted to calculate the sum of this line total? I will just do sum. Come here. Can come here. Call it like sum. Still using the function. I still using this function. Let's see. This is the sum. Or you are saying, okay, this sum is not actually in the right place. You can still go ahead and concat. Sorry, that is your format. I say, okay, what are you formatted by? This is the first thing that will be inside the format. Then in 2 decimal place. See, formatted. You are not still satisfied. Maybe you want to put something like $sign. You can still go ahead and put it. Concat. There you put the $sign or any other sign you want to put. So let's put $sign here plus this one. Then we close it here. So the $sign has come as per sum of the total orders. That's unit price multiplied by the quantity. Then you add everything and convert to this format. Hope you understand everything here. Thank you for viewing. How would you delete a function? The first thing I will do is to show function status. So I want to know what I have in this place. I have so many. All this. So if you want to delete this, say drop function. You put it. That's one. Do this. See, addition is gone. Let's take this profit 2, profit 3. You can also put if exist. So I put profit 3 here now. So let's go back in and check what is available. See, we have deleted so much. What of grant? This one. Can still put it here. If you check now, it's gone. Line total is there. Pythagorean theory is there. Okay, let's just delete everything from the system. Okay, now let's delete this one. Let's use the other method of, okay. This is how to what? Delete functions. And if you check again, I'm sure the system generated one that's not available. Hope you understand what we've just done. Let's move straight to the next challenge. What is the purpose of trigger? How does trigger work? What are the types of trigger? Let's see the purpose of trigger. If you have important data in tables, you may want to know what is going on in those tables. Trigger is like self-reporting, logging all the activities when data is inserted, updated, or deleted. You can see the purpose. You have a table. And this table, assume, is about finance. Okay? And you want to know what is going on here. If information is inserted, you want a way to know the time, the type of information that was inserted. Or if there's an update, you want to know if there's an update. I want to know if information is deleted in that particular table. Because of the importance of this information, or because of the importance of the table, to avoid fraud, to avoid manipulation, I really want to know, is there to you. This table is very important to you. All you have to do is to set up what? A trigger. So that whenever there's activity in this table, you have another table that is what? Logging all the activities that is going on here. Let's call this one word log. Okay? There's something like a trigger here. This one, whenever there's any activities in this table, whenever there's activity like insert, update, deleted, this will trigger and send information to log here that somebody what? Inserted this. This is the time it was inserted. All the necessary thing you want will be what? Built here, and the report will be here. So whenever you come back, you can easily check this log to know the activity that was going on here. Just like in your house, you want to know who is at the door. You can have what? Door trigger. Maybe you are out of the office, for instance, and you want to know what is going on in your office, or you want to make sure that there's no activities or there's no burglars. You can put a trigger at the door. That whenever this door is forcefully opened, there should be a trigger. And that trigger can report to you the person how you set it up. The same thing with what? Important tables. Whereby you set up triggers to report to you what is going on in that table. That's why we say, if you have important data in tables, you may want to know what is going on in those tables. Trigger is like self-reporting, logging all the activities when data is inserted, updated, or deleted. How does trigger work? We just explain it now, how trigger works. When event such as insert, update, or delete occurs in a table, a stop program called trigger is automatically invoked in response to any of the what? Aforementioned, which is this, and this. That is how what? It works. Hope you understand this. Types of trigger. We have two types of trigger. We have what? Row level triggers and the statement level trigger. This one is, assume here now, for instance, you have, let's say, 1,000 rows of information or data you want to insert in a table, or you want to delete up to 5 rows, or you want to update 1 row, whatever. Each of the row will be reported. See, this is activated for each row when data is what inserted, updated or deleted. Each row. That means here now there will be 1000 report. The trigger will be what? Triggered 1000 times. For the statement level trigger is the entire statement, meaning even though you have 1000 activities here, the bulk will be reported, just the entire bulk. Assume you have a query or a script containing 1 million rows of data you want to insert. Is the entire bulk that will be reported. This is activated for an entire event, irrespective of the number of rows inserted, updated or deleted. However, MySQL only supports this. This is what MySQL supports. Hope you understand this. The row level triggers and the statement level trigger. The row level triggers is each of the row will be reported. For this one, even though you have like this 4 rows, it is only one that is reported. One bulk per activities. For this, each of the row will be reported. Hope this was well delivered. Let's go straight to the next challenge. With the help of a diagram, explain a trigger system. Let me try to draw something. Okay. The first thing we need to do, assume here, assume this is my database. Okay, this is my SQL. This is my table that I want to jealously guide. I don't want any stupid thing to take place here without my notice, because this is dear to my heart. What are the things I can do? The first thing I can do here, definitely, you need to insert before you can update, before you can even delete data. Okay, so I'm going to say, okay, this is the application. So this is my application. I can insert, I can update, I can delete. Everything is connected to this. All coming to this table. This is the normal way. You can simply insert, you can delete, you can update. No problem. You are okay now. You can go asleep. I want to put further control. I want to monitor this table. And to monitor the table for all these activities, for all these events, I need a trigger. The trigger will be set up inside the SQL server. So what I'm going to do is, okay, I will say, okay, for this particular insert, to monitor it, I need a trigger. What trigger is this? Is insert trigger. Okay. I need another trigger for update. I need another trigger for delete. Call it delete trigger. Okay. This is the structure. If I want to insert now, I just insert. And this trigger is monitoring this table. This is monitoring this table for any activity that has to do with update, any activity that has to do with delete. They are monitoring this table. Once there's an update here now, this one will trigger. And the information will not be stored here. That trigger information will be set to another table I designed somewhere here. This one will be inserted there. If there's another table again for delete, another table again for for insert. This table are to store the log, to store the the information. So when I come back, this is the place I'm going to look at. All these places, all the stored information. These are like ng that triggers. What do they trigger? They trigger to tell me the time, the type of data, what was removed, what was inserted, what was deleted, what was updated. It depends on how you set up the system. Hope you understand it now. Thank you for viewing. You are required to create a trigger to monitor update on the shippers table in NotTwin database. Assume the address is on the company name and phone number. What are the requirements to have a full working trigger system? The first thing is the table we want to monitor is the shippers table. The columns we are monitoring are the company name and the phone number. What type of event are we going to monitor? The update event. So we need to know what we need to do. First of all, let's check the shippers table. This is the shippers table. We need to monitor this column, company name and the phone number. Whenever any of this is updated, a trigger should be generated. We need to know the time when the trigger was invoked and the type of trigger, the type of event, which is update. Let's look at the steps. In this scenario, the first thing you need to do is a table to be monitored. And that table we are going to monitor is the shippers table. We need to build a trigger that is going to be invoked. That is a trigger that will monitor this table, which will be invoked whenever there is update on the shippers table. The next thing, we need another table where the information will be logged. And the information we want are the company name, the company phone number, the time when the trigger occurred or when the update was done, and the type of event, which is what? Update. You already know how to create a table. It's the same way we create normal table. We create the first one, we are monitoring. We also know how to create a normal table which will be used to log the information from the trigger. What we don't know yet at this time in this course is how to create a trigger. To create a trigger, just say create trigger, just create table, create database, okay? Then we give the name of the trigger. There are two things we monitor. Remember, everything is about a table. Before the trigger and after the trigger. How do I mean? If this is a table, for instance, assume this is ID, this is phone number. Let's say ID 1, ID 2. Let's say this is a phone number 0145 0441. For instance, information are already on this table. There are three things that can occur here. Either we insert new information, which is this, or we update, that is, we remove something like 2, or we remove this information and put a new one, that is update, or we delete entire row, that is delete. What this means is that which one do you want to do? You can do any of this. But what you should know is that we have before here, we have after. What is the meaning of before? Before is this information that are already here before the trigger is invoked. Do you want this information before the trigger is invoked? That's what this place is saying. Do you want the information? Do you want me to send this information to this log, or you want the information after the trigger? What is after the trigger? Remember, there's insert trigger. If it's insert trigger, definitely there is no information here, because if I'm going to insert a new row here, that means there is nothing to send to the log. It must be empty row before you can insert something into it. If it is update, you agree with me that the before are this information. Something must be there before you can update it. Therefore, the before is okay for update. After is also okay for update, because after you update, you can give us the new information you updated there. Assume I remove this one now, I put 0551. That means before is 0441 and after is 0551. For this delete, the before here is what? For instance, if I want to delete this row, is 1, then this side is 0145. That is the before. But after I delete this information, there is nothing to what? To send. This activity that is going on here now is called what? Modifier. That is an old and new. Look at what I'm saying. If I have this is a trigger event. Either insert, update, or what? Delete. What this one means is that the information in the table, this is a table, existing table, we are monitoring. This is ID, this is phone number. Okay. We say, for instance, we have just 3 rows here now. So this phone number is, let's just say 1111 for instance. This one is 2222. This one is 3333. Just for practice purpose. Now, the old information here are everything here. Anything you will do now will be new information. For insert, you can't insert anything here now. If you remove this, I put a new information that is not called insert. It's called what? Update. So for insert, for you to insert anything, that means that must not be there before. It means there is no old information. After you inserted the data, we have what? Something to send. But before, there is nothing to send to the log. For update, if I want to update this row now, for instance, of course, there is one here, there's 1111 here. There is something to set to the table. That is the log table. After I remove this, maybe I put 8888. There is new information to send. What about delete? If I want to delete this row now, definitely this is information which we can send for delete. But after I delete, for instance, I delete, there is nothing to send. You understand now? You must understand this. The before and after, old and new. Where is this applicable? Let's go back. We have said we need to create a trigger, the machine that do the work, that send information, the monitor. We say the first thing, we create the trigger. We say, okay, which information you want to send? Is it information in the table before the trigger or information in the table after the trigger? And we agree that for insert, if you are going to do insert trigger, because what you see here now, you cannot do everything at the same time. You have to design insert trigger separate, update trigger separate, delete trigger separately. We agree that for insert, there is no information there before. It's only after you insert you can have something to send. For update, definitely before you can update something, there is old information there, which is the before. Then after, we still have something. For delete, there is something there before, but after you delete, nothing is there again. You must know this thing. But know that you have to tell the system what you are up to, whether it's before or after. Do you want to do insert? Do you want to do update? Do you want to do delete? Let the system know. Then which table are you looking at? On which table are you monitoring? Here now will be shippers. What type of trigger for each row? Remember, we have done this, that type of trigger. This one is for each row, not the entire bulk. Here is where you tell the system to what? To pick the information and send to what? To the log. We have seen the theory behind what we want to do. Here, we want to practicalize all we have been talking about. That's what we're going to do here. Before that, look at this. We have agreed that we need to monitor the shipper table. Is that ready? Yes, this is the shipper table. The next thing, we're going to create the trigger to be invoked. That is not ready. We also need a table to log our triggers. It's not also ready. So what we're going to do now, let's create a normal table to log this information. According to the question, we say we need what? We need the name, the phone number. We also know the date of the update, the time of the update. We also need what? The type of action. This one is what? The ID for this log. Like number one, the first activities, number two, second activities. So we need to create this table. Okay? Create table. It's a shipper update log. Can call it anything. We open bracket and close. We put the semicolon. Then we need the ID. This ID, okay, and this ID is going to be auto what? Generate. Say ID int auto increment. It should be our primary key. That is all. The next one now, we want what? This one, shipper name. Remember, this is shipper name in my log table, which is corresponding to what? This company name, other shippers table. This is phone number, but in my table, I call it what? Shipper phone. It doesn't matter. You can call it anything as long as you know what you are looking at. If you want to call it the same name, you say okay. It doesn't matter. So let me go ahead and get those things done. You can put 4550, depends on you. Or let me just put 255. Say default, null. The shipper number will be integer. It's not null. We also need what? The update date. And that should be date time, because we want to use the now function. Then we need the type of action. Type of action. You can call it action, it depends on you. Let's say what? Varchar. The default is what? Null. Okay? This is what we need for what? Our long table. Let's run it. Accepted. That is that. The next one now is to create the trigger. I don't want to do it. I want to show you the step again on how to do it one after the other. Let's see. Let's refer to this. The first is create trigger. We give the name. Create trigger. What should be the name of this trigger? Let's call it after shipper update, because what information immediately after the update. You can call it anything. What next? Let's go back. We say what? Should it be before? Should it be after? We need what? After. Okay, let's put it. I want you to understand that's why I'm doing it gradually. Okay, the next thing now is what type of thing, action I want to perform, what type of event. I say it's going to be what? Update. So the next thing now after you get the name is it before the update you want or after the update? I want after. The next thing is it insert, is it update, is it delete? Is update. Let's come back here. On what table? Okay, on shipper, on shippers. That's the table. This table want to monitor. Let's go back there again. We need to say what? For each role. Remember, this is what is used in MySQL. The statement level is not used. Is the row level for each role. Okay, now say the body is the next thing. The body. This way I want you to concentrate now, please. If you miss anything, don't miss this one. The body. How do you build the body? Let me explain something. For this ID, how are we going to fill up the information here? It's going to be what? Auto generated. That is auto increment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Automatic. You don't need to do anything there. Okay. What about the shipper name? This one. This name is coming from where? From this place. The company name. I will want name immediately after the update. Okay. Therefore, that means whatever we are going to get here will be immediately after the update. Remember, after update is called what? New information. Remember the modifier, right? New information. Before update is called what? Old. That means we are going to say company name is where the information will come from. Will be new.company name. If we want this old information, we say what? Old.company name. To fill this shipper name, we are going to use what? New.company name from what? From the shippers table. Let me show you that. So to do this place now, I will simply say what? Insert. Normal insert you do, okay? Insert out into. Remember, which table are you inserting into? I am inserting into this table, which I've already built in this place. Insert into this table, because all the log will be going there. If you are inserting, remember, you have to say set. Set what? Set each of this info. I don't need to set it because we have said what is auto increment. I need to set this first one. When I'm setting it now, I set as equal to what? I want to get it as immediately after what? The update. Therefore, to be new dot company name, which is this name here. Company name, comma. Which other information do I want to set? I also want to get this info. The shipper phone number must be there, which is equals to what? The new phone number. New phone. That is new phone. It must exactly be this new phone from here. Okay, new phone. Because this trigger is looking at the shippers, and this is the shipper table. So new. If you say old, that means the old information before the trigger. Say comma. To get this one done, say equal to what? Now, this is a function to pick anything as at the time you are doing it. If you do it tomorrow, the time you are doing it tomorrow, next year, 2 years time, 20 years from now, as at the time you are doing it, the time will be what? Registered. The next one is what? The type of action. Type of action is update. This is just manual. Just put update the way you do every other insert. That's all. Then you close it up. There's nothing strange here. This is what we have just done and different from these ones. Understand? Let's run this. Accepted. Now, let's go back to this place. We now have the table we are monitoring, which is what? The shippers table. We have created what? The log table, which is this one we have just done. Then we now have this trigger generated, which is what? This particular one. Okay. The next thing we need to do now is to test it. Let's test it. Let's try it out. I'm going to try it out. We are going to try to update this table and see what happened. But before that, let's check if everything is perfectly here. Let's run here again. You can see everything is like this. Now, before we continue, I also want us to select everything from this log table so that you see there's nothing in the log table. This is the log table. I copy this. I place it here for you to see it's word to word. Our table is here. It is the shipper table. Is this one also ready? Okay, this one is empty. Also, let's check the available triggers. Show triggers. Okay, is there after shipper update. Now let's try to update the shipper table. Then we see what happened. How do you do that? You say what? Shippers. Set. What are we setting? Company name to what? To Love Express. We're going to say the phone. Let's now make it, let's say 50388. Let's say 22, just to make it different, okay? Where shipper ID is equals to 1. Let's run this one. That is this. Accepted. Now, remember when we checked this place before, there was nothing. Now let's see if there's anything login after this update. Because this trigger should trigger to send information here. That's what? After update information. That means we need to see this and this. Let's check. See? Love Express is what we have after the update. We also have the new number. We have the time. That is the now 2020-10-09. You see? That is the time at which this was what? Inserted. Then type of action, update. As you can see, type of action, the time. And if you go back to what we did, you find out we say what? Now. That's why we put this one here, now, the time. Type of action, we say update. Lest you forget, if we also check the shippers table, you see it's also what? In place. Hope you understand the process and the steps of creating a trigger. If that is okay, let's move straight to the next challenge. Thank you for viewing. 1. How to check for available triggers. 2. How to delete a trigger. So show triggers. This is the only available trigger. And you want to delete this trigger, just say drop trigger and it will delete. Or you say if it exists, it will still go. Either way, you remove this or you put this. When you run it now, dropped. If you check again, nowhere to be found. This how to check for available trigger and this how to delete it. Hope this is understood. Thank you for viewing. This is a continuation to the just concluded challenge. Just the immediate challenge we just finished. The same thing. But I want you to see another variation so that trigger become very simple to you. You can't tell me you don't know what is this. This one we use. This is the way to create table. We've done this earlier in this course. There is no difference. There is nothing new in this code. Also, you can't tell me you don't know this. This is how to update what? A table. There is nothing different here. That's what we did. And we updated the shipper table. The only thing we introduce here is this trigger. This is the only thing that should be strange before the previous challenge. And the only thing that is new also is this place. Create trigger, the name of the trigger, the after, the before, update on shipper for each role. That is the what? The role level. You can't also tell me you don't know this. You know this. The body of the trigger, you know it. Insert it into table. This trigger, this is like the vehicle, the header that encapsulated this one, to insert it to where? Into this table which we earlier created. Okay, this is like the vehicle, like the car. Okay. So this one is the car, this is the vehicle, this is the passenger. And you can't tell me you don't know anything about this passenger. This normal way of inserting information into a table, this particular table. So this vehicle, the trigger, is helping us to carry this one to this location. I sat here. To confirm this, I want us to look at another variation to this. What we are going to do now, we are still going to continue like this, but we are going to say use the other method of inserting data into table. Then what I'm going to do, we know that these are the columns. I will put this here. I'm copying and paste so that you see it's just the same thing. You remember this? Then after, what do? You come to this place and say what? Value. Then after values, what do? You pull the values now. The value for the first one is this. The second one is this. Third one is this. But you know the normal thing we usually do, we put here, we put the value, we put another one. This is the manual way of doing it. But now we are telling the system to go get the information by itself. Like this one, go to the shippers table, get the new information from the company name, from the phone column, you get the new information. This one now, then lastly, this very one. So we remove these ones. Is there anything new here? So this is the one we're going to use now. So we're going to create a new trigger. We know this trigger already exists. So let's put 2 here to show that this is a new trigger. And this is the trigger we are going to use now to update this place. The new trigger. Okay. If you want us to do it, we can even delete the trigger that brought this one in. So if we save here now, for instance, say show triggers, we know that we have that trigger, which is this trigger. Let's delete it now. Let's just delete it. Let me come here and say, okay, drop trigger. They will give this name that was there before so that you will not be confused. Drop it now. Let me check if there's any trigger again. No trigger. So since I've dropped it now, let me go ahead and create the trigger again with this new information or with this new syntax. Remember, this one is there. This table is there. If I say show tables in this database, I should be able to see that table, which is ship update log. Ship update log. So we don't have problem with that. We also have the shipper table too, which is, if we check here, even we can see that we have a shipper table. And this information is here. The love express. This is the one we did before. Drop if exists. Okay, I give this one. Okay, does not exist. Now let's try to create it now. Accepted. Good. Let's see if we have the new trigger now. Let me go up and put it. Show triggers. Run. Now we have the new trigger with this information. Okay. What we are going to do now to make the result different, we come here now, we know that we have this love express. We are going to turn this one to fate express. Fate express. Okay. We are going to run this one now. Change this. Accepted. Let's go back and check the information in the shipper now. See, fate express. Definitely should give all this information inside this log table, because that's what we told the system, that whenever there's a change in the shipper table, it should come here and drop the information for us. See, log express is there before. Remember, okay, let me show you something. This is the table. This table. This table is different from where? From the shipper table. This table is telling us the first change that took place in the shippers table was this, which we did before with the other type of syntax. This new syntax is giving us the same thing. Okay, that means what I want to establish here is that this place, don't let it confuse you. It's just the normal insert. The only thing that should confuse you before now, which we have explained, is this vehicle. This is the second variation. If you understand this, let's move further. Thank you for viewing.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
Create a trigger to log any update to shippers table in NotWin database. The trigger is required to send updated information, new company name and phone number to the log table, and should only send if the new company name is different from the old company name. What this question is saying is, whenever there is update, the trigger should monitor to make sure that the old information, the old data in the shippers table is different from the updated information. In case they are the same, don't send anything. If they are different, send the new information to the log table. Send the new information to the log table. Hope you understand this. Okay, the question says this trigger should only send information to the log table if the old name is different from what? The new name. It is the same thing with what we have been doing, it's just that now there's a condition attached. You are already familiar with this. Let's check if this one still exists. Let's see what is inside here. Yes, these two information. Let's also check what is inside this shippers table. The last one we did is still there. And if we check this one, which I've already checked here, we've already done that here, so no need again. Now, this trigger, we know it's also in the system. We need to delete it so that it will not interrupt with the new trigger. If we check again now, it has gone. Okay. How do we do this? This one is okay. The first thing we need to do, we still want to insert this information, but we need a condition. Look at it very well. The condition is if the old company name is not equal to what? The new company name. If this happens, how do we do that now? What do we put in between here? We can put this here. This one mean what? Not equal to. If you check where other feature, you see this. It's not. If we do this, then after we use if, we now say what? Then, if this condition is okay, then you can go ahead. You see? Remember, you know every other thing we did this one in the previous challenge. This one is just what we are adding. If this one, they are not equal, that's where you what? Go ahead and do this. So therefore, we need to pull this one inside. Good. Have you done this one? There is something you must do if you are going to do this. If you are not just going to send information to the log table and you want to do any other thing like this, you must have to tell the system to begin. Begin, then end. Okay? Begin, then end. If you say begin, that means the code will be here. And you agree with me that this semicolon to be confusing with what? With this. If I leave it like this now, for example, let me put like, if I leave it like this, then where is the end of this one? Because we know that this one is not part of the query. Don't look at it. Just that I don't want to use different windows. I'm doing that. Look at it. Where does this one belong to? This one is on, it's on its own. Like it's like this one bends this one inside the what? Itself. So how do we address this guy? We need to put what? A different delimiter. This is a delimiter. Can use this, can use this, can use anything as long as it's not going to what? Confuse. So let's use this. But to tell the system that I want to use a different delimiter, you have to, from beginning before the trigger, tell the system that I don't want this guy to confuse you when we get here. Please, I have a different delimiter that I'm going to use. From here to this place. Are you getting it? This one and this one are going together. This is the end of the delimiter. But remember that we still need what? To end this if here. This if. We need to end this if. This end is not for this if. We need to end the if here. When you check the topic or the store procedure, this delimiter is well explained. I don't want to dwell into this more again. Just go back to procedure and check for delimiter. You will see it was well explained. Then we can end this one here now. Okay, this is all you need now. Remember, if you are going to put any other thing in the body aside this, learn to begin, state what you want to state. You have to tell us about the delimiter, because when you are using this one, it will confuse what the end of what of this query. If we run this now, let's run it so that we'll not talk too much. Let's run this. Accepted. Now let's go ahead now. Instead of love or faith express, let's use bless express. Let's just put one here. Let's put double one here. Then let's run this. If we have run, that means the shipper should be what? Updated. That is the meaning. Now let's check the shipper now. It's now bless express. This is our table. Now let's check the log if this was reported, because it is a different name. We're going to check here. You see, it was reported. This were added. Now we're going to check another thing now again. Instead of, remember, bless express is now in this place. Let's leave the bless express. Let's only change this number to 8888. Okay. Remember, the question says if the names are the same, don't send any trigger. So what I've done now is I make sure that the name is the same with one of them, which is Bless Express. Only change the phone number. There was no condition on the phone number. Let's see if it will update it without sending any trigger. Let's check this one again to see if this one is updated. You see, updated, same name. But now let's see something now. Let's check here if anything was sent. You see, nothing was sent. We already know about this. We know about this. We know about this. Nothing was sent. You can see the phone number was not sent. At least, even though if there's no new line for Bless Express, what about the number we change to this? It was not sent because there's a condition that says, please, if they are the same, the names, don't send. Let's try another thing. Let's try for this. Let's go back to this guy. We're going to do United package. United package. Then we put, let's just put a different phone number here. Let's put 1, 2, okay, just like this. Let's run this. Okay, now let's check this and see what happened. You find that we say for 1, though I know this one is 2, but we say for 1. That means we did not change this one. We are changing the one that was here before, the Bless Express to United package, and the phone number will change. That means definitely what was here before was Bless. Therefore, there should be a trigger. There should be a trigger. Let's check for the trigger. See, there's a trigger. So what we are going to do now, let me come back here and go for this. But this time I must change this one to free. I will put this phone number here now as 77777. Okay. Let's see what happened. Remember, same name, only the number will be changed. But we don't expect any trigger because the company name are the same with what was there before. Let's run this. Let's check this. You can see only the number was changed. Now let's check the trigger log. See the trigger log, there's nothing like what? Federal shipping, because federal shipping is the same thing with what was there before. Both the old and new are the same, the name. So no trigger was sent. Meeting this what? Condition. Hope this was well delivered to you. Thank you for viewing. Create a trigger to log order ID for order details table in non-twin database. If the line total, that is the quantity multiplied by the unit price, is more than 5,000 USD for every new purchase. Also log the line total, the time, and the type of event. The first thing you need to do is let's check the order details table. What it's saying is this unit price multiplied by the quantity will give us the line total. If you multiply this by this and the value is above 5,000 USD, which is a purchase by an order, we should log it. We should send a trigger to a table Maybe, for instance, you want to appreciate. Okay, this is important if you want to give gift to the customer. From there, you know the order ID, what they have done, what they have purchased. The first thing we need to do in this type of scenario is to first of all create the trigger. From the trigger, we have the knowledge to create the log table. Okay, the first thing we're going to do, let's create the table order details log. We're going to put ID. It's our primary key. This is all we need. We need the order ID. We need the value. This value is the quantity multiplied by the price. This is the time this action took place. The type of action is insert. Let's just go ahead and run this first. Good. The next thing we're going to do now is to create a trigger. And because it's conditional, we need a delimiter. Then we need to return it back to the old delimiter. Then we're going to come here to say create trigger. Then give it any name you want. Insert above 5K orders. Then I'm going to say it's after the insert, you perform this action on order details table. What type of trigger is for each role? Then I need to begin if because it is conditional. If what? If I begin if, I should also end if. So all I have to do, new dot quantity multiply by new dot unit price. If it's greater than 5,000, then you can do this insert into order details, which is this table. And all I need is the new order ID. I also need the value, which is going to be here. It's quantity multiplied by the unit price. I also need to know the insert time. That is this one. Let me just copy this one, paste here. I also need for these two. So the value that I want, the values, how am I going to get the values? It's going to come from here. The first one, which is this, it's going to be exactly this. Okay. That is for this anyway. But for this is not correct. It shouldn't be this. It should be this one corresponding with this. Just the name of the columns from here. This. But this one is just what? The ID of this table. Because it's auto increment, we don't need to put it here because that one will take care of itself. We just need to do for this remaining ones. That is this. Then we need for the time. And the time is for now. And we need to know the type of action, which is the type of event, which is what? Insert. Then we close it. Okay, let me reduce the size. You understand? We get the delimiters. We also create a trigger header. Say we should begin because of the if. I also end the if here. Then we say if this one is greater than 5,000, then you do this insert. Where are you inserting it to? This table. What are the columns you want to insert it to? This column, this, and this. Then we say values are the new order that will be inserted here. The new quantity and price multiplied together will be inserted here. The now, which is the time at which the action is performed, will be inserted here. Then the insert is just constant, will be here. After we have done this, we can run this now to see. Yeah, correct. So the next thing we need to do is to try to insert into the other details. Because of our time, let me pause the video and go for the information we are going to insert into the other details and others table. Okay, pause. I come back now. Look at this. We can't go ahead to put the information here because this is a child of this table. If I run this now, for instance, it's telling me that what is not allowed, and this is the reason why. It's a child. Just what? A child. It means that you must put it. This ID must appear in the parents table before you can use it. After accept, you cannot put it in other details. Accept too. But remember, if you multiply this by this, it's not up to 5,000. So now let's check this table and see if there was any log. Let's put it here to say okay. Select this from this. Let's see if there was any log. See, there was no log. Okay, now let's go back here now. I run this one too. Then let's run this one. Now let's check again if there's any log now, because that one is more than 5,000. See, there's a log. This is auto-generated. This is the ID. This is the value. How do they get this value? The value was this guy multiplied by 1,000 in this place. Then this is the time at which this log was done, and this action was insert. You see? So assume you want to duplicate this one too. Now let's just do something funny. Let's put something like 0 here. Just let's run this. Okay, let's now copy this one. I run it again, like the put 0 here to correspond with that. Let's put something like 500, or let's say 800. I know 800 multiplied by this will still give us a value higher than 5,000. Or making a mistake, it should have been this. Should have been this one. Sorry, this. Now let me run it now. Now let me go back and run this and see if that information was inserted. See, it's inserted again. Anytime there is line total that is more than 5,000, the information will be given. At the end of the day, we can contact this. At the end of the year, we can send them gift. Hope you understand this quite alright. Let's move straight to the next challenge. Create a trigger to log order ID and error message to a table for order details table in Notwin database if the line total, that is the quantity multiplied by unit price, is less than 0 for every new purchase. The error message will follow this pattern. For instance, there is a mistake in this order 80918. Please check as line total cannot be less than 0. Okay, let's do it. This is what we used before. In order not to waste time, I will just copy and edit, copy and edit, so that you can see the little variation between the two. With that, you'll be able to grasp easily. So to get the error message, let me copy this. I will paste it here. I will call this one now wrong order detail. We still need the ID. Do you understand that? We still need this because we are asked to do this. The only thing we need after this whole thing is just what? An error message. We're going to say error message. That is all. You see, there's no difference. The next thing we are going to do now, let's go and pick this trigger. Because if you understand this, you should understand the next one. That is the reason why I'm doing this. Let me reduce this to 75. Everything here is the same. Also, every other thing here is the same. The only place I will work on is here. It says what? If this is less than 0. The next one now is, instead of this, I have to, because this will be going to this table, so I will put this over here. What is the next one? The order ID, we need it. The only thing we need next is what? This. Why did you put this? Because this one will be taken care of by this. So this will not be sending anything for this column because it will be auto increment. How do we fill up this one? This one will come by this. Every new order will come and enter here. What about this? Then we need to follow this pattern, which says we should follow this pattern. How do we follow that pattern? Let me remove all these ones. I put this one here. But remember, this guy is going to be the new order that is coming in, which will definitely be this. Because we are joining two different things together, we have to use concat. And because this guy is first, we need to separate it from this. Then this one continue. We separate it. Then we have to put a comma here. We also put a comma here. Okay, this one too. Okay. Now let's run this. It says trigger already exists. Oh, because we did not change this. So we're going to call this error message have less than, okay, let's say less than 0 error. Less than 0 error. Okay, let's run it now. Went. So now let me pause the video. Let me go for the insert information, then I'll come back. Okay, welcome back. Let's use this information, or this, but the only difference is that this is less than 0. Let me just put 4 here, then we put 4 here, put 7 here, we put 7 here, just in cases here. Let's run this. There shouldn't be anything like error log. Okay, sorry, this one I should click this. Nothing. Okay, no error message. Now let's go up, run this now. Then we run this with this minus. There should be error sent. So if we check that table, see, there is a mistake in this order. Please check as line total cannot be less than 0. This is a trigger sent to this table. Hope this is well understood. Let's go straight to the next challenge. Create a trigger to handle error when the value of line total is null. The values should not be inserted into the order details table, and insert error message gush quantity multiplied by unit price should not be null, should be printed on the screen. How do you do this? Before we can go ahead, I want us to go to my SQL doc. Let's look at how error are handled. If you look at this place now, we have the signal statement, and we find out what signal, the condition, whatever, then this. So the major thing you're going to use signal. We're going to use this SQL state. What is the meaning of this two? The signal is the way to return an error. Signal provides error information to a handler, to an outer portion of the application, onto the client. Okay, let's check for this. An SQL state value can indicate errors, warning, or not found. If you want to also read about this, you can read further about it. Just go to the doc and see all the variation. But we're going to use this tool to handle this error, which we are going to artificially generate just to see how it works. Okay, having said that, this is what we did before. This error was sent to a table, but this time we don't want to send this error to any table. That means we don't need any table. If you impute anything that is null, automatically there should be something printed here saying you have this error. For this type of scenario we did previously, it was not so. You need to go to this table before you can see the error. But in this new scenario, the question says it should be printed, insert error message should be printed what? On the screen. And this is the error that we want to see. How do you do this? Let's open a new Windows. The only thing we need to do here is just the trigger. Then we're trying to insert some value that are null to see how it works. So what I'm going to do first of all, I'm going to come to this place, just copy everything here. This is what we did before, right? Let me reduce the size. No error. It's a new trigger. I need to remove all this because we're not going to insert anything. And it says if this one is null, okay? Is null, then you do the following. What are we going to do? We use the signal SQL state. The signal value we're going to use is this 45,000. 45 1 2 3. Okay, there must be inside a quotation mark. This is just to tell us that we are going to return error on the screen. Then we need to set the error message. Now let's see message underscore test. Because if you check here, that is the pattern, message underscore test. And you can see it is here too. It's a keyword. And if you check here now, it is MySQL knows that what it is a keyword. That's why it boats it in this form. This one is not a keyword. You can see it's just normal test. So the next thing we're going to do now, we put that error message which says gush. Okay, put it here. I need to remove this because okay, then after doing that, I have to tell the system that I am true here. So I can run this now because I'm true. This is the only thing that is new here. You are familiar with every other thing. This one you are also familiar with it. So if we run this, we have a new trigger generated. After generating this trigger, we need to insert some values. Let me pause the video and go for these artificial values we are going to insert. Welcome back. Let's look at this. Let me change this one to 7. Let me change this one to 7 in case they are here before. See, I'll just change this one to null from -10 to null or whatever to see. But I don't know the constraint on this table, but we're going to try to insert. Look here too. There's null here. Let's see. Let's insert. Accepted. It says quantity cannot be null. See, this error is not our error, is the default error. That means there's a constraint on it. In order to remove this constraint, we need to say describe order details just to see the structure of the table. So with this now, we can just say alter this table to modify other details. Let's modify it. It says what? Quantity cannot be no, so we have to modify the quantity to say, you can see the quantity here says what? Small int. We still put that small int. Okay. The next thing we see here now is null is not null. Not null. That's what this line is saying, not null. That the default for this, you can see the default is 1. So we see the default is 1. But you agree with me that there's no constraint in here now, because I'm trying to redo this line, modifying this table, redo this line. So instead of this thing not null, which is here before, that is the reason why this error came. I'll have to remove it now, the issue of not null. Even if I don't put it default, still okay. What I want to avoid is the constraint of not null. It should not be here. I know I'm also breaching the law of the default, no problem. I will just run it like this to remove that constraint. So if I go back now to run this, it should accept. Remember, our error has come automatically. Remember here it says what? Quantity cannot be null. This line was used to describe, this one we used to modify. This is the new one now, which we created. Gush, quantity multiplied by unit price should not be null. This is our adler, the error we generated here, because we have removed the constraint. But because it is not proper like this, we need to go back and put the constraint. How to put the constraint? The way it should be, not null, default 1. Put it like this. This one means we are returning it back to what it was before. So if you try to run again to say, you can't do this. See, this is system own. But if we put our own, if we remove this system constraint, we run this. Then if we now go back and run this now, our error adler will be activated. That is trigger. See, gush, quantity multiplied by unit price should not be null. Hope you understand this. So let me just undo here and put it back to what it was before. The reason why I'm showing you this, if you are doing it on your own, you should know the reason why you are having what error, the outputs you are having. That is the reason why I'm explaining the describe, the modify, the alter, and so on and so forth. Hope this is understood. Let's go straight to the next challenge. Say create a trigger to allow the following. 1. Send order ID, line total, time of event, and type of event if the line total is more than 5,000. 2. Send order ID and error message to error table saying there's a mistake in this order. You give the order number, please check. If the line total is less than 0. Finally, an error on the screen saying gush, quantity multiplied by unit price should not be null if the line total is null. These 3 events are not different from the previous 3 challenges. What we want to achieve here is to combine everything in one trigger. That is what? Multiple line of what? Trigger embedded in one query. Because you already know everything, I will simply go and copy each of those events, merge them together, then come back and show you. Look at this. One thing you should know now is we're going to have 2 tables. Why? Not 3 tables. This one need a table. This one need a table. But this one does not need a table because it's going to be printed on the screen. So 2 tables will be generated. The 1 trigger. Look at it. This, you are familiar with this table. I did not do anything. So I'm going to call this one 2 just to avoid missing it with the first one. I'm going to call this one 2 so that we separate it from the previous challenges, because it is the same thing. We're only trying to merge. This first one says need the ID, the order ID, the value, which is this one is the value, then the time, the action. The same thing with this one too. We need the message, which is going to come from where? From this place here. Can see we have 2 here now. Therefore, it is important we put what? 2 here. Here too, we must put 2 to correspond with this very one. That is all. This for the first table, this for the second table. You can pause the video and check. There's no difference with what we have been doing. The last but not the least, this one that does not need a table. The only thing you see now is that if you look at this one, see what we have done is we just look at it. You see, if new and if new and if new and if, the same thing here. If new and if. See, we are not using this begin, so this one is 1. We pick the next one 1, just like that. Everything. See, so the begin, the end. The limiter is still there. This one is still there. Just pause the video. I'm going to make this script available to you that you can test it. Now let's run this one. Let me run this one. Bonk, run. Let me expand this. Okay, correct. The next one is to put this here. I run this one a box 2. Accepted. So what I'm going to do now is to test each of these action. Remember, it's one trigger we are going to use. Okay, I will pause the video now. Let me go and get the information we are going to insert. Okay, welcome back. Let's see. Everything I've done, I did not do anything new. It's just the same thing. But what I'm going to do, let me just change this one to put something like 5 here, 5 here, 5 here, 5 here. Don't need this. I need to put 5 here, 5 here, 5 here, 5 here. So this one we give us what? The first one, let's run it. Good. Let's go and get it now. 80 in level 5. 80 in level 5 is normal. It's not up to 5,000. We run it. Accept. Now let's go. Let's check here. Let's say select this from the first one to see if there was any log. That shouldn't be, because there should be a log if what is here is more than 5,000. And that wasn't more than 5,000, because if you multiply this by this, it's not up to 5,000. Let's go for the second one. This one, the parent, then the child. As you can see, this is more than that. We have done something like this before. Now we should have a log now. Good. We have a log now 225, which is the one we just did. 225. Same this, because it's more than 5,000. So we can send a gift to this customer. The next one is this one that is less than 0. That we make it less than 0. That is what this trigger will undo. This trigger we undo that. So before we can get there, the ID is this 8335. Let's put the parent first. 8335, then 8335. Okay, let's check what happens. Can see it is not here because it's supposed to be an error sent to this other table, which is this error table. So we're going to put it here. See, select this. If we run this one, see there too. There is a mistake in this order. Please check. The last one is this. Let's make it null. I'm not sure it will be null. That means we have to go and remove the constraint. But let's try first. Let's see 8445. Let's put this one 8445. The parent is in. The parent is in. Let's put the child. It's not allowing us. So now let's go and alter this table. Let's alter this table. The parent again. This one. Let's hit. Okay, accepted. Then we can now put the child. Now if we put this child now, we should expect this error, this gush. Okay, now let's run it. See, gush. Quantity multiplied by unit price should not be null. See, what I'm showing you here is this can handle as many as you want. Instead of doing it differently, use one trigger. Just use one stone to kill many birds. That's what this one is trying to show you. Hope this was well understood. Thank you for viewing. There is inflation in the country and there is need to increase our product prices. However, no price should be doubled or go above double of the old price. Create a trigger to print on the screen. You cannot double this price XYZ or increase it beyond the double of the old price. Please check the new price XYZ if such happens. Okay, what we are saying is that we need to increase the product prices. And whenever we want to do this, the trigger should help us to monitor our activities to make sure that none of the price is doubled or go beyond the double amount. If such happens, trigger should print on the screen this message. Here we don't need a table. I will just go ahead, I'll work it out, just watch do it, then I will come back and explain to you. Okay, let me explain. You are used to this. You are also used to this. You are also used to this with what we have done. If, wherever, this is the only thing. If you are going through the class on procedure, function, you must have seen about declare. Because we want to use this, the variable, that's why we are declaring the variable, then we're going to set it with this value. So whatever that is coming from here will be handled by this. We are going to call it here. Normally you're supposed to copy entire of this and place it here, but I say no, why not declare a variable for it, then we call it here, just to learn more. Have we done everything? We can go ahead now and run. Okay, let me just put this one updates. Let me run. Okay, accepted. The next thing I need to do now is to see if I can increase the value. But to do that, I have to do update. Okay, let me just do something here. Let me see the table first. I want to, let me look at this price, this one. The double of this is 28. Let's try 28 here. Let me put this one here, cost 2. Let's run this. See? Look at the error printed. You cannot double this price. Give us the old price, which is 14. If you check now, it's 14. We have seen just now. Or increase it beyond the double price. Please check your new price, which is this one. 28 is a double of 14. Let's put 30. Let's see if it will go. It's beyond the price double. Let's try 20 this time. See? Allowed it now. Create a trigger to monitor the order table and reports when an order is deleted from the orders table in NoTwin database. This is to prevent fraud. And the only way out is in case one of the employee try to delete an order from the orders table, we need to know that something was deleted. We have to investigate. Because there was no condition like the type of message that should be sent, that means we need to monitor the old order ID that need to be reported. So let's go ahead and do this. The first thing we're going to do is to create the log table. Okay, after we've done that, we're going to create what? The trigger. Okay, so what I'm just doing is, we are used to this. The only difference now, this time we are just trying to say after delete. So we see insert into this table, which is order monitors. You can call it anything. We need a comment. We need the delete time. Okay, then value we need to insert are what? For the comment, we're going to put this concat. Okay, order number this. Okay, the keyword deleted from the table. Okay, orders table. Then that is for the comment. For this guy, I need to put now. So that's okay. That is all. After, I'll just put what here. Let's just call this one after delete orders. Let's just run everything together now. Okay, accepted. So the next thing we're going to do now, let's try to delete any of the ID from orders table. Before that, let me see what we have. If we run this, we have this. Okay, let's delete for this. I see. Okay, let's run this. cannot delete or update a parent. Okay. Yeah, so we need to go and delete the child first before we can do this. Call this one order details, delete first. Okay, that one is gone. Let's see now. Yeah, accepted. We have deleted this now because we need to delete this one before this. Okay, this is our target. Now let's go and check this guy if there was any log concerning this ID. If we run this, okay, let's see. See, order number this was deleted from the orders table. So this concat was not well done. There should be a space between this and what. That should come somewhere here like this. Okay, and if I drop this now, let me just drop it. Drop. Then I have to rerun this. Remove. Then come back and run this trigger again. Then let's delete another one. Let's first of all check what we have. So let's delete this one. I'm going to put it here first, the child, before we put it on the parent. And accepted. Now let's check if 10271 is there. Yeah, see, order number this 10271 was deleted from the orders table, and this was the date it was deleted. Hope you understand what we have done so far. If you combine everything we have been doing since, you find that trigger is not difficult. It's just a way of monitoring table, additional monitoring. This is very helpful. You need a reminder to avoid fraud, for audit purpose, and so on and so forth. I want to believe that you understand everything, and in case you don't understand, please go back and practice. Because practice make work perfect. Thank you for viewing. For this challenge, we are going to use the research database, and the research database has two tables: the research work to be performed, the professors that are involved, this is the ID name, then the research work column. This column is the foreign key here, but it's primary key here. The names are not the same, though this name is research ID, which is primary in research work. It is the same thing here. As you can see, we reference it here. We reference it to show that research ID in research work, research ID in research work, that is what we are talking about. Then these are the information we are going to use for this session. So whenever you see anything research work, professor in this course, you can load this into MySQL through Workbench or your terminal to work along with me. So I will say that I will save this one for you. You can download it. I use it. I have already uploaded this. I don't need to upload again. Thank you. Select the first and last name of professors working on research with a budget less than $1 million. Okay, to do this, all you have to do, let's first of all select the research ID from research works. Okay, these are the IDs from research work. Let me just first of all select everything. I'll let you know why I'm doing this. I want to get the ID where this budget is less than 1 million, because the budget is located here in research work. You need to understand your table very well. Because I understand this table, that's why I'm able to go straight to where the right information is. So I come back here now, I drop this. But what I want among them is to let me know where the budget is less than 1 million. These two. Okay. But what do I want to do with these two? Because they are more than one, I have to use in now. Okay. Where research work in, why research work? Because if I say this, I have this table. Okay. Now I am doing this, that where research work in this, and if you check here, there's no research work here, right? But the question says what? The first and last name, and the first and last name is not here. What we have here is what? Is the amount. So if I'm able to get the research ID. With this research ID now, I should be able to go to where the information is located. That's why I'm saying where research work in this. First, this is not what I'm looking for. What I'm actually looking for is select first name, last name from professor. Okay, where the research work, because in professor, if you look at it here, we have all this name. Okay, and if we look at the entire, we have this ID. One of this ID, all of them, some of them works on project that's less than what? 1 million. And to get that, we need to know it from here. Okay. For instance, these are less than 1 million, which are these two. Now we have this information with the help of this. So this one, we work with these two. With this all together, we'll be able to have what? Our solution. These are the professors that are working on project less than what? 1 million. Hope you understand what we are doing. Let's see another variation to this whole thing. So what I'm going to do now, I am okay to this extent. So I will use inner join with what? With research work on one ground. On the ground that research ID is equals to research work, the primary and the foreign key. Okay, if I do this, sorry, this I need S here. If I do this, I have this. Okay, but this is not what I'm looking for. Not just to get the name, this mesh together. There's no condition here. I have to now conditionalize it by say budget is less than 1 million. See, same guys, these guys working on project less than what? 1 million. Hope you understand this. Let's go straight to the next challenge. Select the research work with a budget larger than the average budget of all the research works. This is going to be nested or correlated subquery. We are looking at what? A budget. Then what we are looking at more than the average of the budget. The budget we are looking for is more than the average of the entire budget. And to get the average of the budget, if you say select average, then we put the budget, because the budget is in integer, so research work. So budget is located here. This is the average budget. Okay, what I'm going to do now, I'm going to nest it here. Then I need something that is more than this number. So we say something that is more than this number. See? And that is also a budget that's more than this particular budget. And this particular budget is this value. So definitely where we've come before this. Okay. Then I cannot do what? Select the whole information I am asked to select. Therefore, I will say select this from research works, where the budget is more than this budget. See, that is what? Renewable energy. And if you check this, you find that what? This 1 million, the only thing that is more than this one is what? Hope you understand this nesting. Thank you for viewing. Let's go straight to the next challenge. Select the first and last names of professors working on research with second to the lowest budget. The first thing we need to do, these are the budget. If we put them in descending order by budget, descending, you see this is second to the lowest. So we are looking for this. Who are the professors working on this amount? And what this particular budget is meant for what? A research work. Who are the professors working on this? We want to know their names, their first and last name. You work on it, then come back and view my solution. So the first thing we are going to do is to first of all get this information from the research work. We need to get all the details. That's all the details. Okay. Order by budget. Next, we see what? Ascending. See, from the lowest to the highest. The next thing how we do now, we want to get this amount. How do we get it? We say what? Limit, then offset. What are we offsetting? Because we want to get this amount, we are going to offset the first one. If we put one here now, this first one will not be available. Okay, it means the OT will start from what? From 800. Okay, so limit 1, offset 1. Why am I doing this? Offset means remove the first one. That's the meaning of what? Offset 1. Then these are the remaining one. So this limit 1, we take the first one that are remaining after offset. So this is what this will give us. Okay, have we done that? The next thing now is we want a way, because we are looking for the names of the professors that are working on this project, Airplane Wing. So that means we need to wrap this one in this what? Curve bracket. We are now going to select the research ID. We need this research ID. Why do I need this research ID? This research ID will help me. Let me show you. If I come here, say select this from professor. This is the second table. If I'm able to get the research ID, I'll be able to get these names. Okay, so that's what I want to do here now. So I want to fetch the research ID from this name, the research ID that belongs to this line. I already have this 104. If I can take this 104 from here, I will now later use it, this 104, to get what? The name of these two guys, because they are the guys that are working on this project, these two guys. Okay, that's what this place is saying. But I need this number. So what I need to do, I will simply come here now. I say, okay, select research ID from this. That's what we do now. We select research ID from this one. If you drop this, it's giving us what? Error. Say every derived table must have its own alliance. I want you to see this error. What it means that this you have is alliance. I can say okay, something like res, meaning research. That is like this, as research. If I drop it, it's picking it now. You see? When I run this, it's getting this 104 that was there before. You must put this one. That's what that error is telling us. Okay, good. I haven't done that now. We now have 104. What is the next phase? That means this O code will give us 104. Okay. So 104 is what? 104, as we have seen, is research work. That is what it means, research work. So we are going to call in as a key. Select. First of all, before we say select, research work is equal to this. Research work is equal to this. But this is not useful unless we have to say what? Select. What are we selecting? We are selecting the first name, the last name, okay, from professor. Remember professor's table, this table, professors, okay, where, okay, research work is equals to this, which is 101, 104. That means if I remove this one now, I put 104, I will have this information. But I don't want to do it like this because this can change. So I have to put the code that is helping me with that. If I drop it now, I have these names. Just as I told you before, this and this. The same thing with this. Okay? This is the first method we are going to use. I will show you now another method. This second method is not quite different from this very one. We just need to tweak this particular method to arrive in this other method. Let's see. So this is a place I want us to look at. I drop this now. I want to say limit 2 here. Remember, we must put alliance. Let's say res. Okay. This limit 2 will give me the first one and the second one. How? Because if I remove this one, I remove this, I will have these two guys, the first two, the lowest, and the second to the lowest. That's what I want to use this method to show you. Okay. Then what I'm doing now is that I want to use this particular one to work on this face of what? Of the Twinkie. So let me come back here now to drop that by say limit 2 2. Everything still remain the same. Limit 2. Okay. Limit 2 as what? Rest. Now, how am I going to get second to the lowest? Okay. If you want to get the second to the lowest now, you have to go further here and tweak further. That means whatever this one is going to give to us, that means whatever you are going to give to us, which is 2, we want to what? Descend. Okay, let me show you this one. Okay, here. If I do here now, okay, order by this budget, okay, descending, limit 1. Meaning, I want to reverse this. I want to pull this one up. This one will now come down. If I do that, meaning this is what I'm looking for, will be at the top. Okay, let's see. If I do descending in descending order, let me do descending order first before I do limit. See, I don't want to do this again. Let me just put this here so that everything comes. See, 800 is now at the top, while this one is what? Down. So I'll now say limit 1. After descending, I say limit 1. See, and I have this 800 now. I can now come here and say select for me the research ID so that I can have only this one. See what I'm saying? It is this particular one now that we use to do my work. So therefore I come here, what I've just done exactly the same thing. I say order, can go further, I say order by budget descending, okay, limit 1. Okay, this one we give me what? The name of this what? Professor, just to tweak it. These are options. You can use any one. You are correct. But this is a class. We need to know all the variation. Okay. The next one will be more nested than this. This is the third method now we're going to use. It will be more nested than this. Let's see what we are going to do now. I'm going to remove this from here because I need this place. I will also remove, okay, let me leave this ones because they might help me later. Let me leave this one. Okay, this one, I will need it. Let me start from here. We are still going to do the nesting. First of all, I want to select distance budget from the research work. Then I will order by budget ascending. Okay, let's do it. Select distinct budget, no repetition, from research work ascending. What is that? Research works. Sorry, order by budget ascending. Good. Look at what I've done. This is everything. This is what we are looking for. Okay. This is another form of tweaking. We are going to tweak this. Okay. I've done this. I will now go ahead. Still what? Order this very one because this is a result. These are the results of this particular code. As you can see, if I throw it in, same. Then I want this one now. Don't look at this one again. Don't look at this code. Look at the result. What I want to do with this result now, I want to do order by budget ascending again. Then what? Limit 1 offset 1. Limit 1 offset 1. You see, if I do limit 1 offset 1, it's not going. That's why here you must put what? Order again. You have to order. Okay, let me show you again. Sorry, I wanted to get it. This is the first one. Do another order by again. Order by budget ascending again. Okay, same. Okay, then you cannot apply this. So this one we understand what you are saying. See, 800 is out now. But if you don't put this now, for instance, see, because this limit and offset always want to go immediately after what? Order by ascending. And this one is inside this place. Okay, if I do this now, what I have is 800, which I'm looking for. Are you okay with this? Okay. If you are okay now, the next thing I want to do now is, even if I don't want to offset, okay, even though if I don't want to offset, I can simply do something like this. Remove these two. Okay, let me just remove these two first. What I will do now, I will later come back to get this. I just want to show you tweaking. Okay, I will simply say, okay, select budget from research works. Okay, where, okay, budget in this. What am I doing now? In, we pick more than one numbers like this, many. So in we work here. Okay, in this, same, no effect. Okay, when I say in this now, I can now what? Because what am I doing in this? Because I want to get the particular budget. Okay, then I can still put the one I put before. I'm just telling you I can be nesting it and nesting it and nesting it. What I just want to show you, just the nesting and nesting and nesting and nesting, which you can do. Nesting and nesting and nesting and nesting. Okay, budget ascending, which we have done before, limit, 1, offset. So if I do this, 800 will appear now. Okay, see the tweaking? This is the 800K I'm looking for to be able to what? To do what? This whole code is giving me what? 800K. The next thing now is to say where budget is equals to this. Equals to what? Equals to this. Because this whole nested will produce 800. But this shouldn't be here. There should be something that comes before this guy, which is select research ID from research work. Okay, where this budget is equals to this. The reason for this, remember, is because it's this research work that will give us opportunity to select this 104, which we now use to get these names, the names. So let's go back. If we do this now, what are we going to have? Still 104. This whole thing still give us exactly 104. Okay, but before now, what it gave us was the amount. But when I include this, it's not giving me the 104, which I'm looking for to get the number. So with the help of this 104 now, which this one is giving me, I can now go for the professor's names. Remember, no need to tell the system where this one is coming from, because last name and first name only exist in professor's table. If you have watched the video or you attended the class on when we should indicate the source of columns, you will see this one where explained there. So the next is a from professors. Okay, where research works in this place now. I need to close this place. Okay, now let's rush in. It's giving me unknown column, research works. Select this and this from professors, where or research work, not research works. In this, look at it. These are the name we are looking for by doing this. Look at it very well. I will make this code available for you, but you need to look at this. We are just tweaking using what? Nested query or subquery or correlated subqueries. With this, I believe you understand the building block. We are just building the blocks upon another block to arrive at the final result. Hope this section was enjoyable. Let's move straight to the next challenge.
This video is over. Go to starfreelance.eu to download these videos, materials, and sources. Watch more videos to get premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.